it gets to the grassroots, all the whole media in the Southeast and Nigeria that are here to make sure that the sensitization is full. And we're highly blessed with what we have in the civil engineering profession, both the traditional rulers and the hierarchy of the profession. So when you look at the program of events we have, we said we are starting by 11:55 a.m. We said 10 o'clock, yes, 10 o'clock is registration. When you look at that, arrival of guests and dignitaries, registration. And then you can see to recognition of guests and dignitaries. And then the actual starting is almost 10:50 to 10:55. 11:50 to 11:55. If you look at your time, I think it's 11:55. So, and we're a little bit, we should have even started earlier than the schedule, but we are waiting for the arrival of the chairman. And now that the chairman is seated, I think I will call the master of ceremony for the day's event, the person of Engineer Ude, to come up and take up the mic and lead us for the next of the program. Yes, I say engineer, that's Engineer Hyacinth Ude of Enugu Nice. So you're highly welcome. So we can now take off. Here we are, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Stand on existing protocol, but just permit me to recognize a few people here. One of our special guests here, and the former Vice President of Nigerian Society of Engineers, is a popular face around. If you are conversant with engineering activities in Nigeria, you will know Engineer Dr. Bemingo Ofeyano. You're welcome, sir. Let me also recognize our lecturer's keynote speaker for today. Engineer Professor Wamba is ably represented here. You're welcome, sir. So, let me also recognize Engineer Professor O. Ugu, the seasoned prof, and a practicing civil engineer for decades. Let me recognize the real father of the day, who is ably represented today. You're welcome, sir. Let me also recognize the National Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, who is also the coordinator of this event and the coordinator of Nice Southeast, Engineer Onoha Obeka. I will stand on existing protocol, but we're in Enugu, and this is Igbo land. And before we do anything, we start with breaking of kola nut. Here, breaking of kola nut means being given blessing. Is also a prayer, and is also granting us the permission to go ahead. So I will call on the representative of the Royal Father of the Day today to please do justice to this. You're welcome, sir.
On behalf of His Royal Majesty, Igwe Sam Ika Asado, Igwe Ogadagidi of Edebane, Ogugu, Asian Kingdom, the Chairman, Enugu State Council of Traditional Rulers Council, and the immediate past Chairman, SouthEast Council of Traditional Rulers, a member of the Board of Trustees for Council of Traditional Rulers of Africa, Nigeria chapter. I, His Royal Majesty, Eze Igwe, Barrister Igwesi Obi Igwesi, the Eze Chinanweze III of Obofia Okonano, Igwe Omoha the first of Omoha Okonano, the Chairman, Nkanu West Traditional Rulers Council. I perform this as a traditional ruler of the soil of Enugu and Nkanu land on behalf of our state chairman. Your Royal Highness is here. I thank you. It is important I do let you know that by our tradition, kola nut does not understand grammar. It is a native language, and as such, you permit me to use vernacular to reach out to our gods and God Almighty on behalf of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, SouthEast chapter. And by none, and by a name no, and by Ojibiar, Ojine Gigi Ben Anibo. Maka no epataroji wotere ihunaya o wotere idu n'otu o wotere ọganihu biko ohu onye ga-abịa paida ọjị a ka ọjị jee ije na n'Igbo ka ije mee n'omenala be anyị nọ n'anụ n'ike a ga-evu ụzọ wofutere chairman your royal father Agameye wa. Okay, Jimana, I actually come for this representation. Ohuoye Worojine from the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. Vioyen Kege would never. Ndi Igwe no ebe a ye hojin na government unu nọ na ebe nke Enugu ewere ego ana ewofute nke government of Enugu state ọ bụ na ewohe ihe mee na aga m ezi ha amaram nana ewere onye n'ike nọ ebe a n'ike ya ọjị na ashịkwa ọbụ ọnụ m bụ igwe ọ bụ ya gara akpọkọ ndị anụ mana ọma ngọwa ọjị ebe nọ anyị akwawere ugwu ase ndị ochie anyị na ndị wana biko gbawajie ya wazie ọjị waya wana anyị na ndị nka na-aga ọjị n'ibe anyị ada aga ọjị n'ogbe anyị na-eku ejima na ejima debe nkanụ anyị na-akpọku Chineke onye kere enu ka anọ ka ihe dị anụ n'ime anyị na-akpọku anụ niile dube SouthEastern states na Nigeria anyị chịrị ha nga gbata bịa zaa ya oku n'ihe anyị gbakọtara bụ ihe ọ ga-abụkwa ha nyere anyị ka tụdo anyị uche ewekwa onye ma rịọrọ ihe ọrụba ụlọ ma ọrụba ihe ọbụla a na-arụ ọrụkwa ya ọkwa ike ọ na-agba anyị obu mmiri ọ na-erite anyị na ọtụtụ ụlọ nna nna anyị harụrụ eji ụrọ ka eji rụcha ma ụlọ elu ụrọ amata ụrọ akpụkọta na edo gbakwarụọ ya wuchie ya wuru plank kụọ ya ọbụrụ dekin na ọtụtụ n'ime ha ka kwụrụ ruo taa manụ ndị nke unu na-arara anyị ọwa na-agbanyeghị ego niile ejizi unu ọtụtụ jee bụrụ prọfesọ na anụmanụ prọfesọ mana abịachi ruo ụlọ kịta ihe ọzọ a ga-anụzi bụ na ụlọ dara ihe a ga na-ajụ bụ ogburu mmadụ one ihe a ga na-arịọ ma abụ ya ka ghara mgbugbu mmadụ ejima na ejima dị ban anyị na anyị shiri unu na ọ bụghịkwa ezigbo ihe biko nyere anyị aka ọgụnụ kpara ya mbọchị abalị one na one na-ewere ihe ese a na-ejigeche n'ihe oyoyo nhụrụ ebe a tụrụ blọk n'elu trọk ọ bụghị na Naịjirịa ọ bụ n'obodo ọzọcha a na-eme blọk a na-atụ blọk ka esi agbachi eja a na-agbachi ma ndị na-akụriho ndị na-agbariho mana be anyị akpụchazio blọk isi ka ịpa ite ọpụwara ha n'aka ndị be anyị na ọ bụghịkwa n'ezi ihe biko nụ anyị na-arị ezi mmadụ mana ka anyị ghọta na Chineke na-enyere onye chọrọ inyere onwe aka Chineke amachi na-enu meri anyị ọkwa anyị ga-emeri onwe anyị ebe ọ bụ na ọtụdogo unu uche tata unu bido gbakọtaba unu kiri n'oyibo how to build right as to build safe build right build safe ọ bụkwa oyibo a na-asị mana biko unu ka mekee ya ka ọ bụrụ ihe fụtara ife ma Chukwu ekwekwene ka ewee ụlọ ọzọ arụrụ na-emegbiri ha a na-eme taa ụnụ ahụ ezete ụnụ makwara ihe na-akọ ọsọ ya bụ ihe na-evute ụnụ biko gbaa ya na nrụrụ hụ na mmadụ ọzọ emerio ha a na-arụkwa ụlọ awa nke ashinob foundation biko ndị ọ dị na aka nyochete na awakwara ọhụma jee nyochete na awara ọhụma bifo ekpochite amara na rọd eji arị ọ bụkwa rọd ekwesịrị iji rịa ekpochie ya ahụ na-ewo ndị nke ọzọ every stage of it na-enyochata ahụ na-arị ya ka o wee dịrị anyị mma. ndị be anyị eji okwe na akpata atụhu abụọ gara ya arụcha arụkpowe abụọkwa na ezi ihe. Biko Chineke nke nọ n'eluigwe anyị arịọ n'ụbọchị nke taa ka ị nọnyere anyị niile ka ihe anyị kpere uche ya ka ọ gaa nke ọma. Onye nke ekwukweru ibe nke ya ghọtakwa ya nụrụ ya tee ya n'ọrụ ka o wee dịrị anyị mma. Biko ihe na-arịọ bụ ejike anyị niile ogologo ndụ anyị niile ịhụnanya n'ebe anyị nọ n'ọganiru anyị dịka anyị na-ata ọjị a ka ihe a niile bụrụ oke anyị ka ọ dịrị anyị mma n'otu n'otu baa n'aha nke Nna na Ọkpara na nke Mmụọ Nsọ. Anyị arịọ n'Eke, anyị arịọ n'Orie, anyị arịọ n'Ahọ, rịọ na Nkwọ n'aha Jizọs Kraịst bụ onye nwe anyị.
Igwe, thank you sir, thank you sir, thank you sir. Ka ị gọrọ ọfọ ka o lelu.
For those who are not from Igbo land, we've done a critical part of this event, which is getting our blessing and prayer from our royal fathers. The royal father of the day, Igwe Asado, ably represented by Igwe Barrister Igwesi. Thank you very much for that prayer. Igwe Kataraishi. You spoke out of wisdom. You spoke out of intelligence. Igwe has even talked to us about how we were building houses in the old days with simple mud block and planks. You see, there was already civil engineering before the Igbo people came. He has just tasked us to make sure we don't have such as a cane. But let me also give a very warm message to the Igwe to take to the people that in all these incidents of failure, no registered engineer has been involved. So the problem is actually with quacks. So that's the good news for today. And it is one of the reasons why we're here to keep sensitizing and pushing the narrative that only experts and professionals should be involved. Thank you very much, Igwe. Distinguished engineers, ladies and gentlemen, I want to really thank all of you for making our time to be in this occasion. I'm representing the national chairman who I handed over to in January this year. He's unavoidably absent because he's the general manager of the maintenance agency in Lagos. He virtually works day and night, and if not for the kind of passion he has for civil engineering, it will be really difficult for him to be leading the institution at this point in time. But we must appreciate him and continue to pray for him. The institution in this present leadership has taken the bull by the horn in driving for the end to failures in infrastructure, especially the one that keeps ringing the bell during collapses. We all know that at every time, I'm sure just 2 days ago, there's a building collapse in Lagos. So these are the ones that are even reported. It's virtually happening on a daily basis and calls for serious concern that in the 21st century, when we have all the facilities that will help us to ensure that we do proper designs, proper construction. Where the information highway is all over the place, we are rather witnessing an increase in building collapse and also other infrastructure collapse. So this program is geared towards sensitizing the public and also government agencies and all stakeholders for the need for us to really rally together and ensure that we put an end to these failures and eventual collapses. Now, Build Right, Build Safe first started, as the Central Planning Committee chairman stated, started with a national walk all over the country sometime in February to sensitize people. Why are we driving at this sensitization? Because just have said, no professional registered engineer has been involved in these building collapses. So what it means is that we want to get the public to really understand the need for them to involve qualified professionals, practicing professionals in their projects. The economy, well, we say the economy is tough, but incidentally, in the construction industry, there's really a rise in the volume of work going on. So at this point, it now tasks our professionals, our fellow civil engineers, to really sit up to ensure that these things are going on well. You see, we are not reinventing the wheel. In the 80s, when we were in the university, we hardly hear about failures and collapses because they were doing things according to the book, according to the regulations, according to the specifications. But suddenly, things have changed, and well, of course, I will say a couple of people are no longer informed about procedures in construction, but it also centers around greed, because most of the failures we're having is the use of quacks. Why are we using quacks when the professionals are here? Maybe there's a difference of less than 0.2% in the cost of construction, and then your whole project fails. We all know about the 21-story building in Ikoyi, Lagos. You can imagine how much money got lost and the human lives. What about the 8-story hotel building in Owerri, the 7-story hotel building in Port Harcourt, and so many other failures and collapses here and there? So it now behoves on professionals, civil engineers, beauty industry professionals, architects, and others involved to really formulate a strategy to end these failures. But critical to this process is actually government and the agencies, because these agencies, the building control agencies, are supposed to be the ones monitoring all this. If you want to use the professionals, they are available. If you insist that the professionals must be there, they are available. Where do we lose it? That there's a disconnect between these agencies, the professionals, and those executing the project. This is the core of this matter. Last year, towards the end of last year, and actually during the last AGM, we actually launched a booklet that will guide us step by step to ensuring that such collapses are prevented. We launched it during the AGM, and I expect this to be a guide to all the regulatory agencies, all the stakeholders, the professionals, the practitioners, and also the developers to ensure that to a large extent we reduce these failures. Today, we have very seasoned lecturers, those who have been in the field for quite a long time, in different spheres of civil engineering. We have Professor O. Ugu. Professor Ugu actually taught me tall buildings in Federal University of Technology, Owerri, where I did my second master's degree, late 2000. Prof, it's good to see you here. Prof is a seasoned researcher, civil engineer, practitioner. He actually studied and practiced in Hong Kong, and I'm sure these are places where we see tall buildings right, left, center. I remember delivering a lecture in Port Harcourt where I was talking about the need for us to start mastering the issue of multi-story building designs and construction, because the land at the center or within the center of the town are no longer available. So we must start going up, because we cannot go laterally when the land is no longer there. So when I gave that lecture about it's almost 8 years ago, or 6-8 years ago, it was as if, we don't know what you're talking about. But today, they are all rising. Because we had to talk about the geotechnics of the land and also other factors that influence such multi-story buildings. I'm happy that today we are really tackling these issues. And also we have the second, our keynote speaker, Professor Agwamba. When I heard Agwamba, I was saying, is it the older Agwamba or the younger one? Because the face I was seeing was too young, and they confirmed he's a younger Agwamba. He's ably represented here. You're welcome, sir. So we are in very sound hands, and we believe that justice will be done to these issues here and there, and we have a lot to take home. So I want to thank all of you for being here. Also to thank our government. Our state governors are doing well in infrastructure, and because we're seeing a lot of activities going on. Igwe, you people are doing well. And also, finally, I want to thank the organizing committee led by the National Vice Chairman, who is coordinating this event, Engineer Onoho Baker. Incidentally, we are together in Port Harcourt, even though it's like he's fast moving to Abuja, the center of it all. And also the chapter chairman, High Chief Ifagwazi, Central Planning Committee Chairman, Oka Chapter Number, Engineer Festus Ibweku, Chapter Chairman Ugu, and the Local Organizing Committee Chairman, and all the Chapter Chairman, Professor Ahmad is here from Abakaliki. I think he's only Engineer Professor Kada is not here from Owerri. So I want to thank all of you. Kudos, and please sit back, enjoy this program. You will have a lot to benefit. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, our national immediate past president. We thank you for the keynote address. Okay, welcome address. Welcome address will be presented by NICE National Chairman, NICE Southeast Chapter Coordinator, Engineer Onoha Obeka.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad to have you in our midst this morning. We are undertaking to carry out a workshop, and the theme of this workshop is Build Right, Build Safe. And as engineers who are responsible for ensuring safety in all our undertakings, I want to briefly let us know that you are at the basement of this building. That is a multi-story building. We have a total of 8 event halls in this building. But as I speak now, this door is permanently sealed. There's no more exit or coming in from this door behind me. But we have 2 doors, one to the rear and another one to my left in the middle of the building or the hall. If you are pressed and you want to use the convenience, you just exit by the immediate door on my left. There are 2 toilets on the hallway. One is designated for females and the other one for male. Don't make the mistake of entering into the wrong one so that you don't see what you didn't plan to see. Well, in the unlikely event of an emergency, I would ask that we use either of the 2 exits, the one at the rear and the one by my left. If you're using the one on my left, you walk down the hallway, make your way out onto the entrance of the building, and there is a muster point there. You will get further instructions. If you are leaving from the rear, you walk around the building and up to the muster point at the ground level. Thank you very much. And having said that, I'd like to deliver my address. I am the National Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. And today we are holding this workshop, Build Right Workshop. And our topic of discussion will be infrastructure failures in Nigeria, lessons learned, and the way forward. And on that note, the National Chairman, the Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure, Enugu State, the keynote speakers, the paper presenter, the panelists, representatives of heads of agencies here present, representatives of other professional bodies, our revered royal fathers, fellows of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, members of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, members of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers Students Association, members of the press, other invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great humility and a sense of responsibility that I stand before you today to deliver this welcome address at the workshop, Build Right Workshop, organized by the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers SouthEast chapters. I am privileged to do so as the National Vice Chairman and coordinator of this coalition. Today's gathering here at the Amedo Event Center in Enugu marks a pivotal opportunity for us all, professionals, government representatives, stakeholders, and esteemed guests, to reflect deeply on the state of Nigeria's infrastructure. Our theme, infrastructure failures in Nigeria, lessons learned and way forward, underscores the urgent need for us to analyze past shortcomings, learn from them, chart a sustainable path toward resilient infrastructure development. Nigeria's infrastructural landscape has faced numerous challenges, including structural failures, collapses, and substandard construction practices that have compromised safety, economic growth, and policy confidence, public confidence rather. It is our collective duty as engineers, policymakers, and stakeholders to confront these issues head on. This workshop aims to foster candid discussions, share experiences, and develop actionable strategies that will guide us toward building safe or safer, more durable infrastructure. We are privileged to have distinguished speakers, panelists, and representatives from various agencies and professional bodies whose insights will undoubtedly enrich our dialogue. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our national chairman, Engineer Tokumbo Ajanaku, who is ably represented today by the immediate past national chairman, Engineer V.C. Ezugu. Also the Enugu State Commissioner for Works. We were on a courtesy visit to the commissioner just yesterday, and we had quite some fruitful interaction with him. And he has also said he will be here, albeit not early, but before the program is over, he is going to come with us, come to be with us and make his presentation. Of course, I'd like to thank the keynote speaker, the paper presenter, the panelists, and all invited guests for their invaluable contributions and commitment to this course. And to our royal fathers, fellows, members, NICESA members, members of the press, and other distinguished guests, your presence here underscores the importance of this gathering and our shared responsibility to uphold the standards of excellence in civil engineering. As we proceed, I encourage all of us to participate actively in an open dialogue and in a spirit of collaboration. Let us leverage this platform to learn from past failures, embrace innovative solutions, and work together towards a resilient and sustainable infrastructural future for Nigeria. In conclusion, I thank you all for your presence, attention, and dedication. May this workshop inspire us to build right, build safe, and build a better Nigeria. Thank you, and I wish us all a successful and impactful workshop event. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Engineer Onoha Obeka, for the welcome address. The next thing is citation of the keynote speakers and paper presenter. To do this is Engineer Professor Amadi Chibuzo Obonna. Please, can you come to the microphone?
Good afternoon, my beloved family in the built environment. I'm here to read the citation of the two wonderful scholars that we have. As a matter of fact, we have two citations. One is extremely abridged, but the other one is a little bit long. The keynote speaker, Engineer Professor J.C. Agwamba, ably represented by Engineer Eugene. Engineer Professor J.C. Agwamba has been a professor of water resources and environmental engineering in the Department of Civil Engineering since 2000. He was the head of Department of Civil Engineering, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, UNN. On 2 occasions, the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, UNN, Director of the National Center for Equipment Maintenance and Development for 5 years, and Chairman of Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, UNN, for 7 years. He has won several awards, including Merit Award for the paper Prediction of Bacterial Population in Waste Stabilization Ponds using Multiple Depth Layer Model, Institution of Engineers, India, 1996-1997. Certificate of Dedicated Service, Faculty of Engineering, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, 2004 by the Dean, Faculty of Engineering, 2004-2008, 48 Founders Day Vice Chancellor's Award for Excellence Performance in the discharge of academic responsibilities in the past 4 years in UNN. Commendation for dedicated service, School of Engineering and Engineering Technology, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, during sabbatical leave, 2011, Anna Chevron Award for his novel, Poacher's Daughter, published by Macmillan Nigeria Limited, Best Engineering Academic Publication Award by the Committee of Deans of Engineering and Technology of Nigerian Universities, CODET 218. 58 Founders Day Excellence Performance Award 217, Academic Staff Category, Professorial Cadre in recognition of his effective and efficient service delivery and dedication in the university. Professor Agwamba has contributed to the management of water resources and environmental engineering in Nigeria, member representing the Nigerian Society of Engineers, National Committee on Drinking Water Quality Standard, Abuja 2006-2007. National Committee on Drinking Water, Member Committee of Reviewers on the draft report of the EIA for the Ama Brewery Project, Ameke Ngwo, Enugu State, for the Federal Ministry of Environment, 2001. Member Committee on National Hydrological Data Users Workshop, Kaduna, 19th to 20th June 2001. Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Abuja member, Development of Hydrological Database, Nigerian WROMs, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Abuja, 1999. Member, Integration of Water for Sustainable Livelihood in Education Curriculum of Higher Institutions in Nigeria, National Water Resources Institute of Kaduna, 2009. He has served as a consultant in flood and erosion control projects to several multinational bodies such as UND, Ponda Zomak Associates, in 7 states of the Federation, new map of the World Bank under Yarosun Partnership as team leader, and Niger Pet Structures Nigeria Limited, UYO. He was also a consultant to the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and National Water Resources and environmental engineering-based firms. His consultancy services were in the design of drainage systems, dams, drop structures, check dams, wastewater treatment plants, environmental impact assessments, and others. A current registered engineer, member the Nigerian Society of Engineers, fellow Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, member Nigerian Society of Waste Management, Chartered Waste Manager, member Nigerian Institution of Engineering Management, fellow of the Academy of Science. Professor Agwamba is a member of over 230 postgraduate, is a mentor of over 230 postgraduate students, with 30 of them now in the professorial cadres. His mentees are from civil engineering. His mentees are from civil engineering, mechanical engineering, agricultural and bioresources engineering, and Center for Environmental Management, unique and across many institutions in Nigeria, such as University of Nigeria Nsukka, Federal University of Technology Owerri, University of Uyo, Joseph Sarwan Taka University Makudi, Bayero University Kano, University of Port Harcourt, Civil Engineering, and Center for Occupational Health, Safety and Environment, Port Harcourt. He has been the chaplain, Chapel of Grace, Bishop Shana Hospital, Nsukka, from 1996 to date, advisory board member, Grassroots Environmental Action Team, an NGO, 1996, member, Board of Governors of Doyen Academy, Enugu, 2009 to 2011. He was the examiner, PTDF Overseas Scholarship Scheme Scholarships, 2012, interview panelist for SPDC Nigeria Delta Postgraduate Scholarship Award, organized by Karamat Limited, Warri, Delta State. He is the founder and chairman of the Association of Nigerian Innovations and Ideators, 2017 to date, founder Iweka Scholarship Foundation, 2012, and TED Fund Book Assessor, 2018. He has assessed candidates in Nigerian universities and some abroad for professorial positions, and examined some foreign PhD candidates too. His research works alone and with his several postgraduate mentees have resulted in the publication of over 300 journal articles, a patentee of 6 works. Agwamba has presented 41 papers in conferences, authored and edited 9 books, including a TED Fund book in hydraulics and another in erosion, 5 book chapters and 330 technical articles in national and international organizations. He has written 9 novels, 7 inspirational books, and 2 biographies on the first Nigerian engineer, Herbert S.H. Makole, 2011, and the first Igbo civil engineer, Engineer Isaac Iweka, with the latter dedicated to raising scholarship fund for indigent Nigerian engineering students. He was the editor of the Nigerian Journal of Technology from 1997 to 2006 and editor-in-chief from 2006 to 2018. The next one is acutely abridged. Engineer Professor Onuebu Ugwu is a professor of construction engineering and management. He currently works at the Department of Civil Engineering, Federal University Ndufu Alike Ikwo, Funai. He is the Director, Research and Development, Funai. His teaching and research interests cover various thematic areas in construction engineering and project management. These include sustainability and sustainable development, nanotechnology, organizational engineering and human resource management, health and safety in construction and other workplaces, sustainable construction and development, general infrastructure systems and critical infrastructure protection, procurement methods and systems, operations research, quality management systems, and so on and so forth. He has over 160 publications in both local and international journals and has attended and presented papers at many conferences. He has H-index of 25 in Google Scholar. Engineer Eugene.
Great engineers. Great engineers. All welcome to this program. And as we have heard the citation of the man I'm representing, just like John the Baptist. I say his shoes, I'm not worthy to carry, but he's unavoidably absent. So I've come to represent him. So what I'm doing is just calling out from the paper he had wanted to present, and then some of the recommendations that he has made. So the chairman, Your Royal Highnesses, the Commissioner of Works, ladies and gentlemen, we are here this afternoon to present the work that Professor Agunwamba has produced. You are all welcome. Civil engineering infrastructure. Build right, build safe. Civil engineering practice has been in practice many years ago, as far back as when the whole world were speaking one language. Then they are all agreed in one accord to build a tower that will reach heaven from earth till God scattered the world by giving them different languages. Then the time of Egyptian pharaohs, when they were building pyramids. Now civil engineering infrastructure refers to fundamental facilities and systems that support the sustainable functioning of a society. Such things as transportation system, the roads, railways, bridges, water supply, then we have building and energy distribution system, all fundamental facilities that are very essential in our daily activities. Today, we have come to discuss how we build these facilities rightly and safely. To build rightly requires adhering strictly to engineering principles, regulation, and best practices during planning, design, construction, and maintenance to enhance safety, durability, effective functioning of these facilities. Required use of standard materials, qualified professionals, and compliance with regulatory standards. Build safe requires safety for construction workers, users, and environment, and elimination of hazards. Sustainability of these facilities requires meeting present and future needs, minimize environmental impacts, optimize one of the facilities, and ensuring societal needs of these facilities are met. Now, let us just look at the status of the engineering infrastructures in Nigeria now. Civil engineering infrastructure is the backbone of any nation's physical and economic development. In Nigeria, the backbone is weakened by 1, abandoned projects, 2, oftentimes no designs or poorly designed. So oftentimes, there is no design. So many people call themselves engineers. They are quack. They just come and say, this is the way it's done. But this is not what it's supposed to be. And sometimes they are poorly designed. And then number 3, inadequate enforcement. Number 4, government influence. The politicians have hijacked civil engineering infrastructure in the country and made Nigeria to be like a toothless bulldog. 3, technical capacity of key players lacking. Nigeria is a place where, due to trying to reduce costs, quacks and not professionals are often used. They will always claim that it is the way it is done. There are lots of abandoned projects in the country, resulting to colossal loss of money, especially in highways, bridges, dams, and public buildings. When there is no such investigation is done, improper arrangement of inadequate enforcement, no trial mix design, no coup test, no testing of water samples, etc. These are some of the lapses that are being recorded during the construction that takes place by some of these quacks. These things ought not to be. In the area of water supply, sometimes no measurement, there is no determination of what is to be supplied. Like say, what is the population of the people to be supplied? What is the quantity of water that is required? This is the reason why using people that are not qualified is causing problem in this very nation. Now, let me give you, for example, there is a place where we have done a water project. And in this place, normally when you want to put a reservoir, you normally have to put it at a high place so that it can flow by gravity. But due to the fact that the man that was being used, to supervise this work is a quack, he said that the tank has to be located at the valley, because that is where around the place where he lives and where they just want to put it. Every effort to make him put it where they are supposed to put it failed. Even though that the cost of doing this thing, putting a ground level reservoir at the right position will be less than the cost they spend in constructing the reservoir, because the reservoir is to be 21 meters, the height of the reservoir, and even nobody is sure of the stability of the foundation. No geophysical. This is what we are talking about. This is still something that has to be investigated. But this is what we are talking about, failures. Because when people that are not qualified, when they are doing this thing, they go ahead and do whatever they like. And the end of it, you find people losing their life. So now, as we have all read, we have all seen, like in Lagos, where you have this synagogue building. Synagogue building failed. The reason why is because they did not, there is a quack that came and just altered the design, and because of this it failed. The same thing happened to that of the failure in Ikoyi, where more than 40 people died. Why? Because the number of floors that is supposed to be constructed, that the place is supposed to carry, they exceeded it without minding the consequences. And the result is just this failure that we are talking about here and there. So the purpose of what we are doing now is just to have a change, to have a new way of doing these things. So, and at this very place, there are other things that need to be talked about. Includes like strategies for building right and safe. This calls for not only technical competence, but also develop strong ethical foundation. There are so many other things that are to be done as contained in this booklet. Please permit me, because I'm not just seeing very well. Please. But let me just come to the conclusion of what we have. The recommendations made by the prof. The recommendations after all that he has written. One, that to strengthen regulation enforcement by current and other oversight bodies should be granted prosecutorial authority and adequate funding to enforce compliance of all project stages. So this is the recommendation from all the write-up. This is the first recommendation. That means that we have to do something about making sure, because some of these things are already being written. We have the current. They are the people that issues license, but it's not only issuing license. This license, is it functioning? Are they making people that are not licensed not to practice? But this time around, we have to take the bull by the horn. The current, there should be a strong legal framework that with them and the current and Nigerian Society of Engineers, then they will now have to begin to enforce stopping these works from doing this work, which causes all these things, and then making sure that from time to time there is auditing of every work that is going on at various places in the nation. And then number two is we have infrastructural mandatory training. Engineers should undergo periodic retraining on new technologies, ethics, and safety practices as a precondition for license renewal. This is the second recommendation that has been made. Then the third recommendation, to promote transparency and accountability. Public procurement should be digitized and made publicly accessible to reduce fraud and favoritism. So things like establishing database where you have the names of all the people that are being given projects, even through recruitment. So from this database, even when you as a private person want to do any construction, you can go straight to the database and check whether this person you want to give this work, is he qualified to do the work? If he's not qualified, then it's left for you to let that person do that work or not. But these are the things that is just recommending. Then the fourth one is enhanced community awareness. So citizens must be educated about the importance of structural safety, encouraging them in demand accountability from developers and contractors. So as we go today, then as our highness is saying, we have to, we have to go home with whistle blowing. Let us have it in our heart that from now, as we go, if there is any place that we find ourselves, whether we are handling supervision work or doing anything, that whenever there is anything like a substandard work, we have to say no. And then if there is somebody that is not qualified to do a work, and we know that that person is not qualified, don't hesitate to get that person reported even to the right authority, to Koren or something like that. Then we have to encourage local research, and universities and research institutions should be funded to develop contract specific materials, tools, and methods for safe construction. Then sixthly, blacklist repeat offenders. Companies and individuals with records of poor practices should be publicly listed and barred from future contracts. So this is a recommendation. So the people that are not doing well. Then the seventh one is political will and leadership. Government agencies must shield technical professionals from political manipulation. So in this very place, it's talking about shielding practitioners from government manipulation. You find out that politicians, because of their position, sometimes you find out that a project is not needed at a particular place, but because of the fact that he wants to satisfy his political godfather, or that he wants to gain something out of it, then such projects, when they are done, then at the end of it, is either they are abandoned, or it's just a wasted effort. So these are the things that we have to use our whistle blowing wherever we find ourselves. We know that lives are involved. If you are there and then you close your eye, maybe you see that cement that is being used. Maybe you are supposed to use 6 bags of cement to produce maybe a cubic meter of concrete. Maybe you have to use 4 so that you make gain. Such things are the things that causes failure. And this is what we are saying today. If there is no other thing that you go home with your whistle in your pocket. Go home with your whistle in your heart. Let it be that you will not, as an engineer, you will not see where such things, where you have a kickback, when maybe because of the little money you are going to get, you now compromise it. And at the end of the day, after this infrastructure is being put in place, maybe by the time people die there, your conscience will not allow you to rest because you have done something bad. So this is what we are advocating for, even in this very program that we have come here today. So as we go, let us put our all whistle and everything in our pockets. Thank you very much. Bless you.
Thank you, Engineer Eugene Ugu. Please, I know we have questions, we have contributions to make, but let it be after the second paper presenter. So without wasting time, I want to invite the second paper presenter, Engineer Professor O. Ugu, please. come to the microphone. Engineer Professor, please come to the microphone for the second presenter.
Thank you. Thank you, Royal Fathers. Thank you, distinguished chairman. Thank you, distinguished former chairman. Thank you, current chairman, everybody. And thank you, Dr. Ezeudu. It's so nice meeting you and meeting all of you. I'm really, really thrilled and very excited. Actually, I came here for a dialogue and for discussion. That is the way I wanted us to just talk, because you have to talk to each other. social sustainability. That's the way we call it triple bottom line, TPL. But actually, if you go further, you talk about resource utilization, you talk about health and safety, and you talk about project management. All these things have to be keyed in. Is the benefits, reduce maintenance cost, improve public health, and environmental protection. But what are the challenges? Funding, technology, and institutional capacity. And this is where I want NIS, our profession, to come in. The institutional capacity building, you cannot do without it, no matter what. Because it is from there you start looking at these issues of checks, quality control, quality that they come into play. Go on, please. Now, for us to do this, we need to do what I call paradigm shift. We have to go away from the old way we do things and start doing things the way it should be. Thank God, everybody that spoke about resilient, sustainable building. Sorry, most of us that passed through engineering in the 80s, we didn't even know anything about sustainable development. It wasn't in the dictionary. If you were there pre-87, just forget about it, because it wasn't even in the dictionary. It was when Brundtland produced his report in 1987. That's why you have what we call the Brundtland report. You can Google it, it is there, 1987. So you see, those who were oldies like us, before 87, we had a lot of catch up to do, really. That's fine. And that's why in the new engineering, we are talking about curriculum, engineering curriculum that is on sustainable infrastructure. And it's not just about practice, it's from the education side of it. That's where we are coming from. And that's why I'm happy to say that at the university, or Federal University, Alex Ekweme Federal University, at the master's level, we've introduced special programs on construction engineering and management. And we are, in fact, please, can you people stand up for recognition? Those are the first fresh pioneer students, postgraduate all level, some of them PhD, some masters, that we do that. So, and it's a stepping stone. We believe it's something we got into the Nigerian university system. NUC was happy when they came and approved it. And this will be a way forward with the support of all of us, stakeholders, please. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. I'm always very conscious of time. So in terms of structure, we are talking about robustness. Infrastructure systems must be safe. You design for redundancy, resourcefulness, should be able to adapt to changing conditions, and then rapidity. When infrastructure systems fail, they should be able to recover. That is what resilience is all about. They must be able to they must be designed so that even if things go wrong, there must be a recovery process so that things don't just catapult like that. They are gone. The benefits. What we have will be improved infrastructure resilience, reduce risk. It's interesting, one of the keynote speakers said risk management. Of course, we go at the heart of risk management to manage resilience. And then community resilience as well, because look at what happened the first slide I showed. There is no resilience there. Everybody was just turned into, is it the ITP you call it? Yeah, that is just that. That's to tell you total collapse and absence of resilience in our infrastructure delivery system. Yeah, but we have to be very careful. Sustainability doesn't come cheap. It is an expensive business, but it is something that is good value for money. Okay? So the challenges, now please go to the previous slide. Challenges are increased upfront costs, and the clients must be ready to pay. For instance, there is what we call pay for environment. You have to pay money to protect the environment. You don't mess up the environment and expect it to be happy. That's why you're having all these climate change challenges and everything. You must pay for it to be okay. increased upfront costs, complexity in design and management, and need for advanced technologies. I will get into that. Let's go to the maybe next few or three slides. Economic benefits are there. Minimize the economic losses due to infrastructure failures. We've already had our own experiences. And like I said, there are those that never even take off the ground. They just fell from the beginning. Then social benefits. Public safety, nobody jokes with it. Community resilience and well-being. Reduced displacement and the migration due to infrastructure failure. Like I already said, what happened to Mwakwa now? They are refugees in their own country, in their own local government. They are refugees. Implication. Of course, reduced environmental impact. And the entire ecosystem, the collective ecosystem, is better off that in terms of biodiversity, climate resilience, and all of them, they are called. But what you are looking at is about holistic way of delivering infrastructure in the system. Go to the next slide. Okay, lessons learned and ways forward. And so that I think we are landing there. There is need for integrated infrastructure planning and management. Most things what we do now are in silos. And that's why when you come to practice, everybody is looking for fault. The consultant will say, not me. The contractor will say, oh, this consultant doesn't know what they are doing. And the client is at the receiving end. But with the key word there is collaborative working. And they will have to bang their heads together. It's about collaborative problem solving. You don't look for who to blame, but for how to collectively solve a problem. There is a good role for technology and innovation. We've all mentioned that. For instance, Internet of Things are coming up, and we are now talking about smart cities. If one of my students is looking at urbanization and smart cities, and interestingly, he's trying to use Enugu as a case study. And I asked him, is Enugu a smart city? I know the engineer will say that. Thank you. Maybe from his work we know. But he's using that as a case study, okay? So, but just trying to tell you that even at the university level, we always at the forefront of looking how society should advance, okay? The importance of stakeholder. Stakeholder engagement is very, very important. You don't just think that you know everything. Because see, what happens, one of the things our problem I have in Nigerian practice is that we impose solutions on clients. We just deliver one solution. Sometimes we don't even give them options. We don't give them options. It's a very terrible practice. In US, if you engage in any public project, you must do what is called life cycle costing analysis. You must give the client, that's the government, at least 2 or 3 options. Tell them the life cycle implications for each option. Let them make their choice. You don't just stay and straight jacket to give them one solution. It's not done anyway. By so doing, you are engaging the stakeholder in that process. Okay, go on, please. And community participation, please. Summary of key findings. Client design process. That should be client briefing, not design. Client briefing process should be exotic. When I say exotic, I always tell my students what I mean by exotic brief. And I tell them a story about HSBC, Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation. They built the first most sophisticated banking all over the world. Lord Foster was the architect. And what did the bank tell them? Give me the best building, the best banking building in the whole world. Simple. That's what I mean by exotic briefing, okay? Why? Because they know that Lord Foster is an architect's architect. Okay? He delivered. He gave us the first concept of what we call the construction. Whereby that 20-something story building, you can tear it, not tear, but you can deconstruct it. You can tear it from the roof downstairs. The only thing is the foundation, which was on piles. That's the only thing that you cannot move. You can assemble it, go and resettle it anywhere, any part of the world. You only have to build a foundation there. That was the concept of give me the best building in the whole. That was in the 80s. So they gave us the concept of the construction or the constructability. So, and that's the beauty of a client that knows what they want. I always say that we have some knowledgeable clients and others, whatever that means. But what do a client do? No problem, you can't know everything. You start from the planning process to engage in consultancy. The consultant can do your briefing. Even the Hong Kong government, as knowledgeable as they were, there are some projects that they will now commission consultants to do the briefing for them and develop the briefing documents. And that's when you start hearing about durability assurance, all this, that. And when they say that, they know what they mean. They make sure they design infrastructures that are durable. That's the first one I heard about earthquake bomb infrastructures. Immediately after 2011, they started their bridges, they designed it to be bomb resistant. And they come with special kind of concrete, special durable, that even if you drop a bomb there, it will hit it. But the client pays for it, please. Okay? The client pays for it, and everybody is keyed into it. And I say that holistic, sustainable infrastructure delivery over the project life cycle, from the planning to the design to construction to operation. That's why we have to change our paradigm of teaching. One of the things I experienced when I did my master's at University of Strathclyde in Glasgow was what the Institution of Civil Engineers, ICE, did, what they called Sterling Weekend Conference. They banged all of us together, divided us into groups, and they said they give you a physical, practical challenge and say, come up with a solution. We had seasoned engineers like you were there to see what the students were doing. From the planning to the design to the construction, it was a wonderful experience. And I think in teaching and even in mentoring, when you have young graduates that come up, you have to mentor them appropriately and transfer this knowledge to them. Okay? Because I always mention about technology transfer, technology transfer. That is the hallmark of it. Let me tell you, look at the second Niger Bridge. As beautiful as it is, if I look at it from my forensic eye, there is a failure there. Capital failure. One thing I noticed that went wrong. It was done by Julius Berger. Yeah, fine. Good in quality, good in this, good in this. But there was something that happened, they told me, they use what is called geotextiles for stability. And I asked them, did you learn anything about geotextiles, just in case Nigeria is under challenging problem? Can you solve it? I'm sorry, the answer is no. And that is why I tell you, even when I talk about technology transfer, it's an oxymoron. Nobody transfers technology. I'm talking to the people I should talk to. People steal it. So the best thing would have been when they were designing the second Niger Bridge, would have said, this is the kind of technology we want. These are the people that will represent us, Nigeria. Make sure you get that. Of course, Julius Berger won't be happy to do that. You understand? They won't do that because technology is business. Big business. Okay? So, chief consultant, I hope because even consultants don't want to transfer their knowledge, even at the local level. It's a very complex something. But at the national level, we should come up with a policy for that. And that's one thing I want to encourage. That is how China developed. China went and stole technology from every part of the world, including US, all the European countries. They stole technology there. They will be crying, but there are espionage activities for that. So we should come up with a strategic policy for people to go and steal technology for us, please. Thank you very much. Are we done? Are we done? Hello? I think that slide has not finished. Because I want to round up, please, so that we can go to... Okay. So we talk about call to action. Prioritize sustainable infrastructure development in Nigeria. Future research directions. Explore new technologies and innovative solutions. I think you can go to the next slide, man. That should be... Go to the next slide. Yeah, for conclusion now. There is particularly something I'm recommending here, and I want NICE to look into it. Because we are talking about resilience. It is good to move from theory to practice. Okay? It is good to move from theory to practice. And what I'm looking at here is, please go to the last slide, to the second slide before this, because that's it. Future research directions: explore new technologies and new solutions for survival. Model for verification of infrastructure funding, sustainability processes. It is not a necessity, it is a desirability. That is why I called it there. It is a desirability. And you should come up as a group, all of us should collectively come up with a think tank process of how we achieve that as a country and as a people. Go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, policy recommendations. You develop policies from technical to implementation, and this is where I get very excited. Current ARMS, etc. have gotten their works cut out for them. Hello, I think that's why we are here now. We've got our works cut out for us. The country, this no where you are start inventing problems. These are problems for you to solve, and for us to solve as a people. And I gave the ASCE rule during Katrina hurricane in USA. It is a very humbling experience, because when Katrina happened, 28 to 31st August 2005, a place called New Orleans, a city almost south of Enugu, was sitting on water because of the overflowing of River Mississippi. You could see it live for those who were with CNN network and others. But what happened? Politicians started making noise like they do everywhere. They say blah, 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 blah. The Americans were watching. George Bush Jr. was the president then. He even flew with helicopter and all those things. But they already knew why it kind of happened. The levees were designed for Category 3 hurricane, and they were designed almost 100 years ago. That particular night, when things went go wrong, Category 5 hurricane came. So the levees that were supposed to protect River Mississippi all gave way. New Orleans was like a pot of water or a boil of water just flowing. And what is worse, the firefighting instrument was the first place to be hit. New Orleans just came fleeing into that. So there was even nothing to rescue. But it was like that because they were negligent in maintaining the levees. So when this happened, the government said, we are going to investigate. The Americans said, no, sorry. No, but thanks. What did they do? They say, we want the American Society of Civil Engineers. Let them go and look into this problem and tell us what happened. It is only the report of us that we will believe. You see the role of integrity here. That's the kind of news I'm looking forward to, where you have such confidence that the public will always say, it is you we want in times of crisis and so on. So that's why I'm highlighting that recently. Our job is already there. No matter how we try to dodge it, it will always be there for us, from generations to generations. I hope this is the last slide. Is there another one? Go on. Yeah, I know that. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When I said that the professor of professors is here, and he's not going to be telling us from books or from one hearsay, but he was going to tell us, discuss issues he has directly handled. I knew what I was saying. He taught me about tall buildings, and he gave us an assignment to do a conceptual design of 100-story building. I'm sure there's no 100-story building in Nigeria today yet. The highest is about 50-something, which is going to come up in Abuja soon. And he said, assume there's an earthquake condition, so you have to design the foundation for earthquake. And also that we have to design a cantilever somewhere in the 50-something floor. You can see the complex problem he gave us, but that taught us a lot. Thank you so much, Prof. We have had a wonderful time here, and I just want to do a little, kind of preparatory words before we go into the full questions and answers. And a lot of things are going to move on simultaneously, because immediately after that we're going to go into the panel discussions. So today we've had a very wonderful time. We've also learned that the institution has a lot to do in the issue of sustainable, resilient infrastructure. We cannot leave things to government, because politicians have issues all over the world. It's not only in Nigeria. So many decisions are taken for political ends. If you ask me, my personal opinion, the coastal road, 30 kilometers is already concluded, and this body design and construction is done within 24 months. For such a project, is not done anywhere. Only the study and design should take even more than 24 months, because a lot of consideration, apart from resources, getting the best design. Just said, no design is a single design. You must present alternatives to the client, so that the client will review and decide the best for the situation. But here we are, indeed, even as a consultant, but let me tell you, you're almost like told exactly what to design. So it's like, oh, you're a consultant, go and put the documents together for us, but this is what we are going to do. But that's not right. For us to have resilient, sustainable infrastructure, the consultant must be allowed to do his study, come out with possible alternatives, then a review, a team, and I can assure you, if we do that, that's the process. Let me also tell you for an example. If you go to the oil and gas industry, for a project of, I'm talking of present value of about 5 billion, it will take them at least 12 months to do the study and design. And that's why when they go into it, the thing is it just runs like that, and you get the best quality. But here we're talking of projects of trillions, and the study and design is just okay, just put it together for us. So really, it behoves on us professionals to really bring up strategies to really make government listen. We know what to do, but are we being allowed to do what should be done? That is the major problem. I agree, we need a lot of technology transfer, a lot of knowledge, a lot of interaction. So that's why anytime you have the opportunity to be around a program like this, please avail yourself. There's a lot to learn. So at this point, I'll hand over to the MC who will continue and guide us in the next the program as we progress. Thank you very much. Thank you, Prof.
Please, a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, we are into panel discussions. And their work is to help us in questions and answers and contributions. I want to call out the panelists to come and have seats here. Please, I want to call on Engineer Dr. Thaddeus Oyibo. Are you here? Okay. Yes, he's seated. The next person is a builder. Builder Ugu I Egu. I Egu. Please come to the. You see, the purpose of this panel, setting up this panel, is for them to give us their own perspectives, view on this topic, on building safe, the way they see it. Because all of us here, we are engineers. Let other professional body tell us what they see in this our workshop, in this topic. Okay, the third person is Engineer Professor Peter Onodago. Please come to the table. I want to call on another person, Architect Dr. Chukwu Emery Chukwunechem. Architect Dr. Chukwu Chinechem. Are you here? Okay, he will join us later. Look at him. He will be the person.
It's okay. While we are waiting for Engineer Professor Amadi to come, let me call on the NVC to be the moderator, so he can moderate from here. Yeah, that is well, is one of the high chiefs, Engineer Obeka Onoaha, the National Vice Chairman of NICE.
Okay, sir. Let me just Engineer Professor Amadi Chibuzo, please come up.
Take your seat, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the very high point of our meeting this afternoon. And we have professionals from the various arms of the built industry represented here. And these are the people that some way or the other interface to ensure that the infrastructures are delivered rightly. So before we go on, I'd like to give them a few minutes, 1 or 2 minutes, to introduce themselves, their background, their experience, and any other thing that is related to our discourse this morning that can help us in our interaction. I will start from the gentleman to my near right. So you tell us your name, your background, and experience and all of that.
I am Engineer Dr. Oyibo Tedios. I currently am the Zonal Director in charge of FEMA operations in Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, and Rivers States. And to ensure that I do what I believe I know how to do, I'm a senior lecturer in AE Funai. For want of time, I've handled a wide range of projects, mainly environmental restoration projects under NUMAP, Nigeria Erosion and Watershed Management Project, I cannot count. Let me give another person the microphone because women. Please, let's, because of time, let's try to extract the best. Thank you very much.
I'm by name, Builder Ewu Ewu. My background first, I read in GTC Enugu here. That's where I started my life, become a builder at Susumi today. From there, I went to Institute, where I did my first degree in building technology. Second degree, master's, Nandi Azikiwe, construction management. I came back to Ebonyi State, changed, did master's in education. My PhD in building. My background, I started from Enugu here, the former Enugu Housing Authority. It was created, we went to Imo Housing Corporation, that's building. Abia State Housing Corporation, building, that's where there was deputy general manager. Ebonyi State was created, I moved to Ebonyi State, general manager, Ebonyi State Housing Development Corporation. That's where I worked. I retired 2012. So, I will hand over when it is time to talk.
Good afternoon. My name is Engineer Professor Peter Onodagu. I did my first degree, and then after we started the Anambra State University of Technology here in Enugu. After then, I joined some construction company. I worked with Inco Consultants, Ilorin, Kwara State. Work as a freelance engineer to Fab Mabis, where I handle most of the projects in international airports in Nigeria, Lagos, Kano, Maiduguri, Ilorin, Jos, and all the international airports. I built the air stations for Alcatel and SPC. Then after then, I did my master's at UNN. Then I joined Nnamdi Azikiwe University in 2005. That's 2005 as a lecturer. Then I did my PhD at Futo. Then now I see a lecturer at Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Okay. Thank you very much.
My name is Engineer Professor Amadi, a civil engineer. Someone that's witnessed a lot of building collapse cases. I've actually been into all forms of remediation in terms of structures. I'm into consultancy. I've been a lecturer for over 18 years. I rest my case for now.
Thank you very much. All right, I think we will start with the gentleman next to me, the Zonal Director of FEMA, who doubles as a senior lecturer, and he's been hands-on in environmental restoration and all of that. So I'd like to ask you, you are currently the Zonal Director in FEMA, covering Rivers, Akwa Ibom, and Bayelsa State. And I understand that the terrain in those areas are majorly swampy terrain, and you maintain roads around that area. And I also know that by virtue of location and operations around economic operations around the area, the axle load on those roads that you maintain are reasonably high, and they may have failed because of the high water table, prevalent in the area. So in your maintenance, can you tell us what considerations that you make to ensure that those roads do not fail after one season of rains, after your maintenance? And you can also give us an insight on what can be done to make our road infrastructure more sustainable across Nigeria.
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, often the problems people have is trying to eat their cake and still have it. It is a prayer or requirement or not sustainable, according to my academic mentor, Professor Ugu. We know very well that if the water table is high anywhere on the surface of the earth, you must provide a good elevation, and you must provide a filter bed system. And the elevation, as you should know, it must be so that it will self-drain. The first condition for a road to survive anywhere, especially where I operate now, is that it must be elevated such as to self-drain. And if you use materials that do not have granular features, there will be ease of high capillary flow. And that is a common cause of road failure. Wherever you have to get the granular material, go for them. The commonest and cheapest is water-washed sharp sand. And as you are coming from low, they should be coarser at the billet, closer to the sea level. As you are going, you will hit the least in coarseness, that is the silt. And that point, you should be getting ready to protect. You understand? I hope that's the commonest. But there's one common thing that causes roads failure. Is that compromise, all of us know? Compromise. This thing I'm saying, I may not be the person that knows it. Many people know this thing very clear, especially the institutions that do the supervision. The government is there trusting in confidence that the institution, professional bodies like Nigerian Institute of Civil Engineers can do it. But the frustration that these people may not see them done because of obvious circumstances. And how do we handle that singular problem of compromise? Extreme capitalism fuels compromise. You know, when I say extreme capitalism, where an individual will say, recall, now that the contract has been signed and mobilization given, I will now want to travel to the United Kingdom to have rest. What's the rest? That he participated in a bidding process. That is why he wants to go for rest. Before you notice it, about 30% of total contract sum has gone. And that means if the job must be completed, that will now degrade the quality of the work. I hope we're making a point. Some of those things they call concrete, I don't call it concrete because it falls below the real meaning of concrete. Concrete is artificial stone. And the artificial stone we are talking about is artificial igneous rock. And that should be the igneous rock we know, not limestone. It's a long story. In summary, what I have said earlier has to be strengthened by a reduction in compromise. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Could you hand over the microphone to Builder Ugu Ugu? Egu rather, Egu. Ugu and Egu. They sound similar. Okay, so sir, you have been into buildings. You read buildings, building technology and construction management. And you have always worked in the housing corporation. All right, so can you share your experiences while you were on saddle, especially as the GM of the State House of Assembly, State Housing Corporation. Yes. What are your experiences while you were there, and what can you tell the young engineers about maintaining and building a sustainable infrastructure?
Thank you very much. Like when I was introducing myself, I'm the pioneer chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Building State Chapter. They call me ancestor because ancestral pioneer. So all we are talking about building, because like the last speaker, we are talking engineer. Yes, you are the bone, the backbone of construction. Ours mostly is just block. But the most important thing is that, monopoly of profession is one of the problems we are having. Monopoly of profession. In the field, we have the land surveyor, we have the town planner, we have the architect, we have the civil engineer, structural, and the other way, and then the quantity surveyor. So all are gathered. At the end, being the mechanical engineer, we are the men on the site. All these things drawn, the architect, everything gathered. Then we are in the field. We are to interpret all these things. When it is time for plot setting out building, we builders are there. At the end of the setting out, the architect will come and check what he drew, what he designed was there. Then the civil engineer, structurally, all the rows, all this, he will do his own design inside that drawing. But with the state architect is his father. But all of us are building into. At the end, we go to the field. When it is time, structural, the civil engineer to go, he will come to the site and see what he designed, whether it is there or not. So that's why we are talking about collapse. So they will all become one after the other. Even at the time, even the quantity survey, when it is time for valuation, he will come to know the time that person will be paid. But the experience, what we are gathering mostly on political level, when that contract is given, the journey, just that, then my staff will be there at the supervisor of the job. They give the contractor, so they will come. Cutting corners is one of those things, cutting it, collapse. For example, right now, our governor, right honorable builder, Francis Ufru, is against all this. That's why, if we listen, we have been hearing about builders. He came up on protocol, because all we hear is engineer. Carpenter is engineer. Somebody's telling marketing, everybody's engineer. But we know civil engineers are the men. But today, collapse of structures, because we are cutting corners, monopoly of profession. Architects, we design, he will build. Civil engineer, as we are here, we design and build. So monopoly of profession is the cause of what we are having today, collapse of structures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yuldaegu has nailed it. He said every professional should mind his area of competence. You don't design and you build at the same time. You conceive the project, you do the structural analysis and design, you are the contractor, and you are the client, everything put together. That is not the best practice. And so he's advocating that we should go back to every professional doing exactly what he's trained to do. Okay, so let me move quickly to Professor Peter Onodago. Now, make person no go close to where I go deal. Yeah, so, okay. Sir, your experience seemed to be more in the construction of international airports.
Yes, I say we did, yes.
Is it the terminal buildings or the runways as well?
More on the S stations. That's the communications, the civil work involving S stations.
Okay. All right.
The mask, all the thing involving communications on international airports. It was just like a EU sponsored project. The international, initially, what they thought is that there should be a communication for all international airports. Nigeria, Ghana, Zimbabwe, and the rest of them. So they wanted to have a station that will cover those countries involved. So we handled the civil work aspect of the.
Okay, could you briefly describe to us what work went on there? Were there failures? Is there any lessons that you learned from there? Is there anything that you think as an engineer could have been done better than what you saw being done while you were on site?
Thank you very much. I want to start by trying to bring in what I thought very necessary as far as this theme or this in build right, build safe. I don't know whether at the beginning we are talking that the commissioner for works in Enugu State will be here. I don't know whether he's here. Because the presenters, they were giving us what we should have been doing to make sure that we build right and build safe. I'm trying to say whether the commissioner is around, because they are the policy makers. Our problem in this country is on the policy makers. They are trying to interfere seriously on civil engineering works. I did my IT with Aka Jones and Partners. When we were handling the orthopedic hospitals, we did 3 revisions on that job. On completion, we package and send to the Federal Ministry of Works. Then they have qualified structural engineers who will review our work. When they detected the errors, they will push it back for us for revision. That is a kind of quality control that is expected in engineering. Nobody can say I'm a master of all. You can commit one error that will cause a lot of havoc in future. But that one is no more available for us here. We always think of shortcuts, as we are saying. I happen to visit some of these smart schools being consulted here in Enugu State. I can tell you that the thing happened there was out of the correct way of doing things in the engineering practice. For instance, in one of them, I observed that the detailing was absolutely wrong. That is, in putting reinforcements against the principal direction of the reinforcement. And when I demanded for working drawing, there's no working drawing. They were using phone as a guide for themselves. So there's no way you can say this person is serious or not. So, and because the government they don't want to involve engineers, the experts,
Yes.
in most of the work.
Yeah, okay, Prof. I
No,
think
I'm still,
you have deviated and
just
we're struggling
let
with
me
our
go.
time.
I'm saying that because I don't want to jump that area because it's the major problem we are talking about.
Please,
failure.
you have 1 minute to
Okay.
summarize.
So, in my area, those areas, the sponsor of the project happen to be the European Union. So we have monitoring. There's no way you can have failure in those areas because when we are setting the azimuth level, they say that 3 millimeter error there is going to cause a lot of problems. So measurements happen to be accurate, no failure, nothing, because we are very serious to maintain the specification, because that's the key thing about construction. If you can maintain the specification and go by that, it is difficult for you to have a failure. Thank
you very much. That's very apt. Engineer Professor Amadi, you have witnessed a number of building collapses. And today, in the construction industry, we are battling with a retinue of the use of substandard materials. And added to that, we also have ill-trained professionals who also come into be part of the construction process, from the design level to the supervision and implementation level. So, is there anything that we can innovate? Because right now in the market, you can hardly get the right sizes of reinforcements, for instance, with which your designs are based on. And of course, the issues of quality, control in production of concrete is also a major concern. Now that we have a retinue of half-baked engineers coming up, because of the compromises that we all know, what are your thoughts and what do you think we can do as an institution to get these things working again? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. At this point, I want to say that anytime I'm waking up from my bed and I remember building collapse, I feel so sick. I get sick down to my marrows. The reason is that, like you rightly said, it's highly prevalent. The prevalence of building collapse is so high, astronomically high. The issue now is not somebody coming to build, may not be somebody coming to build, but what materials is he coming to build with? As professionals or civil engineers, qualified civil engineers, registered civil engineers, experienced civil engineers, you may be given materials that are actually and accurately substandard. To you, you're doing what you were taught to do in the university. You talk about concrete mix design. Oh, I've got this is the ratio of this is proportioning of. Sure, you may get it right. But at the end of the day, the question remains, what is the quality of what you have used? And that is why sometimes when structures collapse and a professional is there, it may not really be the fault of the professional. It could be the fault of the material or the materials used. For instance, when you talk about cement, like the ordinary Portland cement that we know, I was telling people that the quality of cement has some kind of, buntampered with. It's no longer what we used to know. If you buy one bag of cement, OPC for instance, in the first place, is no longer 50 kg. It may not be 50 kg, but you were taught to use 50 kg of this to that. You know, a measurement by weight. But you now get one bag of cement and say, just drop the 10 bags, drop the 20 bags. To you, you've done the right thing. But another thing there is, there are various categories, various classes of cement. What type are you using? And why are you using it? How are you using it? At what temperature are you casting? You understand? People don't make use of those, don't consider those things. The temperature, that's at the casting temperature, then the properties of the cement itself. You see, right now, people use all sorts of things as cement, especially when they now talk about this blended cement. You know, you have a blend cement, you know, mix cement, like you blend the normal Portland cement with pozzolan. You know, they say it's called pozzolanic cement and things like that. So we all know that pozzolans actually, on their own, they don't possess cementitious properties, but in the presence of calcium hydroxide and water, you know, the properties are made manifest. So, but you now come, for instance, there was a time I wanted to make paint. I got paint. There's something called PVA, polyvinyl acetate, that looks like, starch. You use it there, you know, to increase the viscosity of the paint itself.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Well, I thought we would have been preferring solutions as to what we can do to make these things work. Yeah, supervision needs to be, you know, upscaled. Design considerations ought to be improved. Testing and quality control is also very important to ensuring that we have safe and sound structures. All right, so I thank you so much for your insights, but I will not let you go yet until we have a few questions from the audience, you know, so you can help us answer those questions, and then we'll be glad to let you go. Yeah, so can we, from the audience, you've heard them, and I'm sure there are questions that are agitating your minds. Can you please come up with your questions very quickly?
Good afternoon, panelists. I'm Engineer Anyao from Alex Ekweme Federal University. I think my question goes to Prof that talks on the material. The material. You see, most often these things happens as a result of not conducting the test required. Not conducting the test required. Because once you conduct the test, at least I believe you can make up for the quantity if the test is properly handled in the lab. So I think that's the way out if we can take that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When I said about the reduction in the weight, I was not actually referring to the test itself. But right now, I think the best thing for us to do, like you said, is to be carrying out the appropriate or relevant tests from time to time in the course of construction. Questions? All right.
No, well, more like a contribution. Okay, that's right. Okay, please, your questions should not also be limited to the panelists. You can also raise questions from the paper that was presented by Professor Ugu as well. I want us to hear more of how we can steal this technology. Yeah? All right, so go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, the panelists. I am Engineer Kire Kanyora from Enugu State Ministry of Works. Now, my reaction borders on what the person that asked the last question concerning making up. There is what we call quality assurance.
That's right.
If you go to the market and you want to get 50 kg a bag of cement, it should be 50 kg. The question that begs to answer is, what then is the role of some? Are we going to go to start testing cement to ensure it meets the qualities prescribed in, for instance, BS12? I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say.
Yes, well, I get your
so
point.
So what we need to consider, what I'm saying here is, we ought to ensure that there is that quality assurance. Do you understand? We are not going to start adjusting our concrete mix because a manufacturer somewhere has failed in his own duty.
You made your point, and let me react quickly. We had intended that the gentleman from SON will be part of the discussion this afternoon, but he's not here. What we are looking at is the collaboration. Yeah, we need to collaborate with these agencies that are responsible, either in approving the quality of materials like you pointed out, or you are the ones that are implementing the projects. There has to be this synergy and collaboration for us to get at the root cause of these failures and ensure that we prevent them. So it's important that as an institution, we need to go back and engage with these people and see what their processes are, whether they are still even carrying out this testing and quality assurance programs, so that we would know where they are and what we can do from our own end to bridge the gap. Engineer Anameje, yes, please. There are two hands. And,
thank you so much. An addendum to what he said. Building collapse is not only on material quality. It has been noticed that even workmanship, the client himself, some clients may have to get drawings approved with 2 floors. They want to make it 3. It's a point. Then the workmanship by masons, sometimes a column that is supposed to be 300 millimeter, when they are laying their blocks, they narrow it to even 150. Slenderness ratio comes into play. So the columns cannot carry the load. It will crumble. Again, mixing the concrete, quality of the concrete. If you don't supervise them very, very well, they will bring sand, cement, this one, that. They just turn it without getting a homogeneous mixture. Then collapses can come from there. The quality of the blocks. There have been cases where people lay blocks up to 6, 7, 8 courses. Then the blocks collapse. It's part of the causes of failure. So it's not only on the quality of the cement or the quality of the reinforcement. Workmanship and proper supervision comes into play. I saw a building where masons mixed cement and left the cement, went in. They had laid the cement only to put blocks on them. Then they went for a break. When they came back, they just carried blocks and put on them. The cement had already caked, so there's no bonding between the cement placed on the ground and then the block. With little wind, the whole wall collapsed. It's all causes of failure. So that is what I'm going to say. It's only on quality of the material. As my last speaker said, it is not the duty of the civil engineer to keep testing the material. You get to the market, you buy your cement as if you are buying 50 kg. The sand, you are getting the sand from where other people are getting the sand from, approved river or otherwise. But then the next one is mixture. And again, placement of the reinforcement. Sometimes where you are supposed to place reinforcement as so on the top, they just simply place on at the bottom in cases of cantilever construction. So many things will come into play. And again, the town planning authorities are not also helping matters. These things collaborate and join up to bring about failure. Then my next question is to person that spoke about highway maintenance. It has been noticed that with road safety, federal road safety maintenance something also, if they are doing overlay, there is supposed to be tack coat, evenly spread. But contractors now use cans, watering cans, to just make a zigzag spray on the road. No sooner they lay the overlay, concrete overlay, 2-3 months, those areas not touched by the colas or the tack coat will peel off, and you have very rough road. The question now is that our engineers supervising those projects are never at site. They are not at site at all. Most of them get to site, collect money from the contractor, and go back home without doing the job they are supposed to do. The person speaking is Engineer Anameje. I'm a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, a fellow of this.
Okay, so you would take on the response quickly.
It is just simple. Where I administer, I don't easily allow that thing they call overlay. The reason is simple, because go and overlay is theoretical. And I assume it's a waste of public fund. Go and ask any person. I don't normally approve that. Because if you must do overlay, the tack coat must be, as you said, regularly and evenly spread. And the thickness can never be less than 55 mm compacted to 40 mm. Where can you achieve it? With the compromise all of us know that is driven by our extreme capitalistic membrane. Membrane, in the sense that you know very well that there must be compromise. Having said that, let's leave matter for Matthias.
Well, before we take the next question, it's also important to note that if you are dealing with concrete, you have to do the trial mixes. You know, ensure that you have a record of what you want to achieve before you start actual work on site. That regulates what is happening on site. All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, panelists and members of NSC and other professionals here present. My name is Engineer Okeugu. I want to say before I speak, the regional head of Koren is here. I believe he should have been part of the panel to tell us what the last Korean Act as amended talks about collapse building, or the penalty for compromise. Having said that, the director of works talks about some not doing their work. But I don't want to go there. What I'm saying specifically is that we gather, whether it's branch meeting or chapter meeting or even national AGM of NSC, we gather to talk to ourselves. We don't take action, we don't take decision. We've talked about hard-baked graduates, compromises and all that. Except we adopt what is obtainable in China, nothing will change in Nigeria. Because in China, if you do a building and that building collapses, it's dead. It's jungle justice. There's no... Even the Korean Act, the last act as amended, 2020, also provides some jail time for quacks and when people compromise in their work. That's what I'm saying the regional head should have talked to us. What are the penalties and how do we implement the provisions of that Korean Act? Because except some people goes to jail and spend like 10 years or 15 years, nothing will happen. we gather to talk to ourselves. Except quacks or messes or people who have no business with engineering, who have no business with construction, who have no business with engineering work generally.
Can you summarize your question?
Except we begin to take some actions. We may be in this mess. Engineer Anameje, I believe, is up to 80 years. He has been talking about this the last 50 years, and he's still alive. And we are still talking about building collapse and the challenges. So we can take action here and send strong wordings to both son and even quacks. Let them stay away from, let them be in their lane. Let us be in our lane. Thank you so much.
All right. Would you like to respond briefly? Prof. Egu. Okay. Somebody, okay. Go ahead and...
All right, good afternoon, distinguished engineers. All other protocols respectfully observed. My name is Engineer Ben O.C. Oko. I also want to make reference to what Engineer Anyora said. You see, I was privileged to serve as Secretary of the Engineering Regulation Monitoring of COREN for about 10 years in Abuja. And I can talk from experiences at least I was in a panel, I served in panels of several collapsed buildings in the FCT within that period. And I can tell you categorically that I know some of the problems we have in these areas. Number one, if you check, the vision of NICE simply is to promote the advancement of civil engineering practice, maybe in all its ramifications. Professional bodies primarily are for advocacy. When it comes to enforcement, there is nothing they can do. Even COREN. I remember if you go to COREN headquarters, Zone 4, the building annexing COREN, even before our very eyes, they started this building, we saw some irregularities. We went there. We gave them stop work order. The next day, we saw them continuing with their work. Development control. He who blows the piper dictates the tone. COREN does not give approval for buildings. It is the development controls in different states that give, and the developers will not listen to you. That is just the truth. They will not listen to you. Even what is the manpower of COREN? How many registered engineers are in COREN? How many engineers are in ERM? Then we go out, you have to be chasing police. One policeman will follow ERM. They will kill you in sight. But when development control in Abuja is coming, they are coming with their bulldozer, they are coming with a team of armed police. COREN's budget cannot even sustain 5 policemen to go for 1 ERM visit. It is not in their budgetary provision. So the bulk of this matter starts and stops with the person that gives approval, the person that enforces what goes on in the site. And we have said this, just like what he said here. The truth is this: I conduct a lot of material tests when I'm doing my. In fact, what I'm doing for the Nigerian Army now is quality assurance in their projects in Abuja. And I give you an example. A site here at Yaradua Barracks, we came there when they brought us in. We insisted that the materials will be tested. When we took the blocks to Nibre lab in Abuja, the blocks, they have already molded 5,000 blocks. We condemned all of them. It was a very big problem. We condemned because they were molding one block, using one bag of cement to produce about 60 blocks. 60. So when we came in, we insisted that all the materials, both reinforcement, we condemned most of the reinforcements they brought. And the truth is this: if you go to market, the average strength Oyenuga wrote his book around 2001 and recommended that we should be using 410 for minimum strength for high tensile against 460 that was in BS code. That was 2001. And we have been maintaining that 410. But go to market, we should do feasibility studies. Go to market, pick reinforcement and test. If the average you see is 320, 350, and that is just the reality. Standards Organization of Nigeria, they don't even have standard laboratories to test this. So what we should even be talking about, we saw what happened in the health sector when NAFDAC came in. We should be talking about, I have promoted this. We should have a regulatory agency that is just in charge of regulating construction materials only, just like NAFDAC. We shouldn't. Standard Organization of Nigeria is overwhelmed. They cannot. We are even talking about reinforcement. We are not even talking about, okay, look at our interlocks. Who are the people producing our interlocks? Does anybody even go to check this quality or the standard of all these things? So we have a very big issue in the finally. One of the things I do, I normally take engineers outside the country for technical visits, to visit sites and see. Everywhere you go in the world, it is a convention across the world. You don't batch concrete. I can tell you for free, most of the building collapses we have investigated in Abuja, none of them was as a result of poor design. All of them were poor, it's either poor materials or poor supervision. So what is the cause? Poor concrete, poor reinforcement. Everywhere you go in the world, except you are a licensed contractor to batch, nobody mixes concrete in the site. What you do is you have certified people that have been certified. You take your mix design or the specification by the structural engineer, you give them. We have, thank God, some of them are now in Abuja, Seba Z. You give them and they produce the concrete, test it, come and dump it at the site. That is the standard everywhere. But everywhere you go in Nigeria, people are building 10-story building, 20, and they are mixing. In fact, if you even see the quality of mixing they are mixing, is something pathetic. So that is the area. In fact, recently I had a discussion with His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, and I hammered on this. And I'm very happy that he has understood that and he is ready to implement that in Enugu State. And I believe it will come to pass soon.
Thank you very much.
So that is some of the things we should be looking into. NICE will do more advocacy on this, come up with position papers, but let the enforcers, the people that enforce, wake up from their slumber. Thank you.
Yeah, it will only take proper engagement with those regulatory bodies. But it's good that we now know that we need to do a little bit more of advocacy, and we need to be firm on the ground, when we are making these points and putting them across to government. All right, I think we are rounding off, and I'd like to thank. You want to say something? We don't have time anymore, so please.
Thank you very much. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. When we are coming from Asaba, we saw our roads very bad from the Asaba area down to the Onitsha area. And these potholes, it started with potholes, then it started expanding. I want to ask our FEMA, Ogaye, what is the relationship between FEMA and Ministry of Works? Because some information I'm getting, some will say this road belongs to Ministry of Works, this one belongs to FEMA. I don't know, because I know that FEMA is responsible to take care of our roads, to maintain us, especially to maintain our road, and also do some regulatory repairs. So I want to ask Mauga, what is FEMA doing? Thank you very much.
In a straight No need. In a straight response, Federal Ministry of Works is the parent ministry to the agency they call FEMA. That's the first answer. The second answer is that Senator Gaya of Kano State was the senator that proposed Nigerian Road Authority, National Road Authority, anyhow. And that proposal, to the best of my thinking over years of research and experience in the road development and maintenance industry, should be the best for Nigeria. If I tell you the father-son fight between the parent ministry and the agency, you will start crying now. The drop for FEMA that has that humongous responsibility will be the reason why you will cry like a child. I am talking on record, and I don't have any regrets saying that, because for us in Nigeria, finally, the best we should be proposing is for Nigeria to have a road development and maintenance agency. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. National Chairman. Thank you, moderator and panelists.
He's making the last intervention.
I'm trying to, hold on. You see, we allowed others to talk so that everybody will be part of it. So I would not.
It's important we also express ourselves well, because this is
exactly.
Not even the food or anything.
Let me just tell us that we have a very serious problem. And how do we go about solving it? Our engineers are part of the problem. Let's look at the issue of procurement. Our professionals are involved. What is the result we get out of that? We all know. Then even production of that is part of the procurement. Your BEME, the kind of costs I see, I'm seeing barely like 1 million naira for a ton of steel. That probably cannot even buy the ton of steel. So how are you going to buy it and fabricate it and and install it? So, but somehow we just allow ourselves, whatever our people up there say, we will accept it. I could remember somebody not too long ago, discussing directly with the governor. I didn't even know he was in the presence of the governor. I said, what is the price of asphalt? What is the price of asphalt? I told him there are different grades of this. He said, I said, okay, for maybe an estate road, we could put 22,000 plus or minus. He just told the governor, they say it's 2,000. And they put that as the price. So when we say this thing, there's a lot of problem. And it has to do with regulation. Those who are engineers of course, managing contracts, we should be able to stand our grounds. Okay? I agree that you cannot face your Oga, but you should be able to advise the person professionally. Because at the end of the day, this is what determines the result you get. Now, I have a question for the FEMA guy, because our doctor in FEMA, he said that contractors will take the money and vanish and enjoy themselves. But who is regulating the contractor? We should not allow the contractor vanish. I mean, the government can get to anybody, anywhere. But you see, some supervising agencies are even afraid of the contractor. So you are busy like, I can't face this contractor. That should not be. And of course, we need the professional bodies to actually help these our colleagues on the other side, because they actually face a lot of heat. Here, Professor Ugu just told us about what happened in Hurricane Katrina. How the people insisted that the professional body must be in charge. These are the kind of things we need to move on with. Because when you look at everything, there's a lot of compromise everywhere. And that's what, creates this problem. So I need the former zonal director to tell us why he cannot regulate. Just hold on, I'm not done. Because you should be able to stop the contractor from doing that. Then I would ask Prof, what are the measures or the ways you think we can actually get this transfer of technology? I said, well, nobody transfers it freely. It should be stolen or whatever. But what are the means? So finally, I will say that NICE in the last 2 years, we know this problem has been one of the major problems we have. And then we did visit to made a visit to the SON headquarters on this issue of quality. Of course, they promise us so many things. They make us members of the committee to monitor this. Till today, we do not have any such. We also have an MOU with NIBRI today, because NIBRI, we know, have funding to investigate these failures. They have all this in their records. So these are all the steps we are taking as an institution, but we need to do a lot more to get better results. In conclusion, we all have a lot to do as engineers. Many of us are in positions where we're compromising, and we must find a way to stop this so that we can actually take it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For want of time, it is one sentence. Let there be, or let these professionals work for sustainable social security system, or JS3, called Justiciable Social Security System in Nigeria. Then circumstance, according to my prof, the environment will make it impossible for a contractor that gains job from going high to tell or direct the one that signs fund to go abroad and waste it. It's a long story, but I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. Quite an interesting question on technology transfer. I'll just be very honest with you. Hello?
Yeah, 1 meeting, please. 1 meeting.
I must be very honest with you. When I say countries steal from each other, they do it very intentionally. Okay? And they know that they steal from each other. That's why there is an unwritten agreement that they steal from each other. But it is normally driven at a policy level. It is not an individual effort. I'll just give you a very simple, as my experience in China. China will look at sectors, critical sectors. They want to steal technology. There is always a think tank. You don't work without think tanks. They will know strategically in the next 5-10 years, this is where it is going to happen. At the policy level, they will start on it. It's like I said, it's an espionage activity. You don't even get everybody. Everybody that is not well ingrained with national interest, we don't even do that. So it is a secret action. But once I can tell you more later, but what they normally do is once they will send you on an espionage activity. Okay? They say this is the kind of thing we want you to do. And they will give you a test, how they will test whether you did it when you come back. The problem here is that if you send somebody on that activity, they will go on holiday. They won't even come back. So, you understand what I mean? They see it as a license to disappear. And Japan. Okay? So, but it is a very group of people can do it, but it must be driven by government. What China does, for instance, is they have a project. They will tell international governments, international organizations, where we have this project, but we need your input. At the first stage, they will say this project is like, say, nuclear reactor. They will tell them to do a competition. A nuclear reactor that they will spend billions, they will say, okay, we have up to 20 million US dollars just for competition. And you know the Igbo man likes money, whether you like it or not. They will pull in their best brains to go and get that 20 million naira competition. But China will say there is a catch. Once you do this, you make sure transfer all the documents, all your design concepts, everything. You are going to have it. They will give you your 20 million. Okay? It's an agreement. And they will tell them all the contract agreement, we are going to write it in China, in Chinese language. Go and call somebody to interpret it in English for you. So if there is a disagreement, the Chinese interpretation will be override. So that's why I say it's a strategic subject. And once they do that, fine, they give you your money. By then they've already set up some incubating companies. Okay? When they eventually give a contractor, they will set up an incubating company and they tell them you work with these people. If you're even going on a meeting in the moon, they will come. Don't bother, we give them money. But like I said, the problem in Nigeria, if you do it, send any Nigerian to holiday to do that thing in France, in Germany, they won't come back. They will go and seek asylum. They will claim asylum and never come back. That is the question. We don't have that nationalistic instinct. I'm sorry to say that.
Yeah, sorry.
In China, there is concept of motherland. Motherland. They don't play with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think by way of closing, I'd like to ask that Professor Ugu, you may need to do us a position paper, just like you have expressed here, on how we can intentionally begin to transfer this technology. Yeah, you know the downsides, and you know how it could work. So why don't we have it on paper, and then we will see how we articulate it to present to government. Yes, yes. Thank you so much. Engineers across board, in whatever project you find yourself, the minimum expectation in terms of ethics, ethical standards that you will display, we may not get it right. So we need to reappraise all of this, and then as an institution, we put it together as a paper and present to government, and follow it up through legislation to see if we can achieve better results. That will be my position. And for those of us who are watching us online, please, we would like you to put your questions on the chat box, and we will find a way to collate all the questions and provide appropriate answers, which we will communicate to all of you who have participated in this program. And on that note, I'd like to thank the panelists, beginning with Engineer Professor Amadi, all the way from Federal University of where? From Abakaliki. Oh, thank you. Abakaliki. A round of applause for him. And I also would like to thank Builder Egu for your time. Thank you very much, sir, the veteran. We hope to, Egu. All right, so sorry for that mistake. And then, may I also thank Engineer Professor Onodoagu, Peter Onodoagu. Thank you very much, sir, for your time and participation. And lastly, let me thank the FEMA boss, Engineer Dr. Oyibo. Yes, thank you so much for availing us your time. It's been a wonderful time, and we appreciate all your contributions. We truly appreciate them, and we would try as much as possible to make the best use of the conversations we have had this afternoon. And to my audience, please, thank you so much, and a round of applause for yourselves.
Please, we thank all that participated in this particular program. While we are waiting for the rapporteurs to give us the communique which we are going to adopt for this particular workshop, we want to make some awards presentation. We want to make some awards presentation to our paper presenters, the panelists, and then our guest of honor. And the first among them, panelists, as soon as we finish this particular award presentation, goodwill message will follow, and then give us that particular resolution we have already made. So let me call on engineer, no, not yours, engineer Dr. Bemigo Ofoyono, fellow Nigerian Institute of Engineers, fellow Nigerian Institution of Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, fellow Nigerian Institution of Electrical and Electrical Engineers, fellow Institute of Management Consultants, and fellow Nigerian Institute of Water Engineers. He is the past 2 times Vice President of Nigerian Institute of Engineers. And we, the engineers, is an engineer. He is one of the person. This is not campaigning. We are proposing to be the next Deputy President of Nigerian Institute of Engineers. I rather hand for him. We call on our national chairman to present the award for him. To him. Yeah.
Engineer Bemingo Feyeno is a very popular guy in Nigerian Society of Engineers, and particularly nice. He has been chairman of OAGM a couple of times in Asaba and in Abuja, and this year again is the chairman again in Kano. So can we give him a round of applause? We don't campaign for positions in NSC, so please, whatever, I think he has interest, so we're not campaigning for him at all. So he has interest in the forthcoming election. Well, we're not even proposing, we're just informing us that he has interest. This presentation is from the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers from the coalition of Southeast NICE chapters, and is a meritorious service award presented to Engineer Dr. Ofeyeno Bemingo, FNACF NICE, in recognition of your dedication and unalloyed commitment to the development of the built environment, made today the 19th of June 2025, and signed by Engineer High Chief Ifeagwazi Alex, who is the CPC chairman and then chairman of NICE Southeast Chairman Forum, and I would say congratulations.
Yes, okay, let me. The national chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Civil Engineers, Engineer Ajanaku Ade Tokumbo, fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, ably represented by our past national chairman, immediate past national chairman of NICE, Engineer VC Izogu, fellow of the society. He's a great man. He was one person who nominated me as CPC chairman Abuja 2023. I'm so grateful. And even when I had a lot of challenges, he also covered for me. I'm so grateful, sir. Please permit me to stand on the other existing protocol. My name once again is Engineer Bemigo Ofeino, fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Vice President of NSC 2023-2024, Chairman of NSC Asaba Branch 2016 to 2018, Secretary of NSC Asaba Branch, General Secretary 2014 to 2016, Welfare Secretary NSC Asaba Branch 2012 to 2014, Assistant PRO NSC Asaba Branch 2010 to 2012, Assistant Welfare Secretary NSC Asaba Branch 2008 to 2010. Presently, I'm the Director of Works at the Warri Uwe Special Area Development Agency. I want to use this opportunity to thank the National Chairman of this, our great division, and also the organizer of this event for the honor of inviting me to this event. I'm so grateful, and also presenting me with a beautiful award. I'm grateful and I thank you so much. And I also want to thank the chairman of the branches, the chapter of the Southeast, and also NSC chairman of the Southeast for the support they gave to me during my tenure as Vice President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers 2023 and 2024. I'm so grateful. And as we move forward to Abuja Ibadan this year, December, I want you to know that I still want this support to continue. I want to thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I also want to thank our presenter, the Prof. You have done well. You have done well. I like your lecture. It's a wonderful lecture. Thank you so much for your time to come and give us this lecture. But one thing in that lecture, even in Hong Kong or China, we have not seen any cases, failure cases, where somebody was arrested. There is time to get people arrested. Because the truth of the matter, the engineers are very poor, and people are taking our job from us. How can you see somebody who is not a civil engineer supervising a 10-story building, a 5-story building, a 2-story building? There must be a communique, especially from the Nigerian Institute of Civil Engineers, to the government to make a bill or a national bill, bill, to seek a tenure of punishment. Let us see people be punished. If people are not punished, these collapsed buildings offshore will continue to continue to exist. So I want to thank you so much for your time. God bless all of you. May God bless the nice Oka, Abakaliki, Enugu, and Owerri. God bless you all.
Okay. The next person the award goes to is Chief Engineer Sir Christopher Anameje. Engineer Sir Christopher Anameje. He is one of our oldest engineer, not even a civil engineer, but also an engineer in the Southeast. Is the person who respect and honor a lot for her readiness and dedication in engineering profession. So today, the Southeast is an emergent now. Now, the Southeast, with this our first ever workshop on build right and build safe, decided to present to him this award. National MVC.
All right, I'm pleased to present this Meritorious Service Award to engineers Christopher Nameje, FNSC F-NICE, in recognition of your dedication and unalloyed commitment to the development of the built environment. This date, 19th June, 2025. Congratulations, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Congratulations. We appreciate your coming and your services. Thank you.
Okay, fine.
Southeast Engineers, nice chapters. I'm very happy and proud for the award given to me. Normally, an old saying made it clear, somehow, that old age has no room for beauty.
That's right.
This is my 24th year of retirement from Federal Ministry of Works and Housing as Chief Resident Engineer, Federal Ministry of Works and Housing. Having worked in so many states of the Federation, contributed in building so many bridges, Benue Bridge, part of them, Sokoto Bridge, Riverima Bridge, Arivankalo Bridges, Katsina Bridge, I know a lot of them. I've been the chairman, Nigerian Society of Engineers, Aba Branch, Chief Inspector, Engineering Regulation Monitoring for Council for Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, and severally, a member of the examining board, when I found out that each time our people get into the exam hall, they fail them. I've been in the north, I've worked in so many areas of the Federation, but I said, no, something must be responsible for this. We started organizing to prove to them and show them what and what should be done. My friends and my people here, I thank you so much. Well, on behalf of my entire family, we are giving you our token appreciation of 50,000 naira.
You see, your people, they love you so much. They still want to take picture. So, we thank our dear elder engineer. Is another engineer, Christopher Anameja, for the appreciation you showed to us. Thank you so much, sir. Now we'll call on the keynote speaker, Professor J.C. Agumwamba, as represented for his own award. NC, good, yeah. Engineer Sir Ezugu, our keynote speaker, present the award to him. Yeah, he's there. Go to the center.
So, this presentation is from the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers Coalition Southeast NICE chapters. Meritorious Service Award being presented to Engineer Professor Jonah C. Agwamba F. NICE in recognition of your service as a keynote speaker at the NICE Southeast Build Right, Build Safe workshop today, the 19th of June, 2025. Congratulations.
I just want to say very big thank you for your gift. And may you just continue in the pace that people are working. I'm so impressed with what is happening here. And God will help us to really achieve our goal. Thank you.
At the same time, we call on the main paper presenter, Professor Engineer O. Ugu, for his own award.
So I also have the pleasure of presenting this award from the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, Coalition of Southeast NICE chapters, a Meritorious Service Award being presented to Engineer Professor O. Ugu in recognition of your service as paper presenter at the NICE Southeast Build Right, Build Safe workshop today, the 19th of June, 2025. Congratulations.
Now, at the same time, the panelists try so much, so want to get okay. At the same time, one of the wonderful panelists we have, Engineer Ugu Egu. Please come for your own appreciation. Egu. Engineer Egu. Builder, that's not engineer, builder. Builder Egu. Egu. I will say ask why builders don't want engineers to be added to their name. MVC. Take the microphone. Okay, have one there. Okay.
All right, this is an award for meritorious service from the Coalition of Nice chapters, Southeast chapters, presented to Builder Egu Ayegu in recognition of your service as a panelist at the Nice Southeast Build Right, Build Safe workshop held on the 19th of June 2025. Congratulations, sir. Congrats.
Great engineers. Great engineers. In our own, we say great builders. Well, that's in our own time, but I thank you very much. We are brothers and sisters in the profession. Like I said earlier, if you are not doing what you are supposed to do, you are a quack. If you are a civil engineer, face civil engineer. If you are a builder, face builder, but all of us are one, so that buildings will not collapse in Jesus' name.
I will collect for you. The next award goes to Associate Professor Opara. Associate Professor Opara is the chapter chairman of Owerri, and then is the secretary of Central Planning Committee. Francis. That's for Opara. We spoke with you. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay. The next committee is which other one remain? Bring that one. This one is going to be presented. The chairman will take pictures. The next one goes to Engineer Professor Amadi Chibueze Obonna. Is the foundation chairman of chapter chairman Abakaliki, and then is the subcommittee chairman of program subcommittee of this particular workshop. Congratulations, servants. Okay, finally, the next one is going to be presented by the national chairman, and this one goes to Engineer High Chief Alex Ifeagwazi, who is the, I don't know, he is so into so many things. So take that one to national chairman for presentation. Take the picture.
So I have the pleasure to make this presentation from the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, Coalition of Southeast Nice Chapters, a meritorious service award being presented today to Engineer High Chief Ifeagwazi Alex, FNICF Nice, in recognition of your dedication and underlying support and commitment as the CPC Chairman of Nice Southeast Build Right, Build Safe workshop. Today, 19th of June 2025. Congratulations.
Please, other members of the committees, it is chapter chairman that will not present. Other members of the committee, all your recognition certificates and awards will now come to you immediately after this. You collect them. We are rushing because of time. I know Evangeline Neko, her own is here, and all others immediately after this. So we go over to goodwill message. Current representative, our own current landlord in Enugu here, Engineer Peter Awude, come and give us your goodwill message. No, goodwill message.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Hello. I hope we are still together. I would like to commend the organizers of this workshop. It is very important that we continue to rub minds together and discuss issues of national interest like this. I know a lot of people spoke. I want to commend our keynote speakers. You did wonderfully well. And the panelists, you did well. At least my coming here has availed me an opportunity to meet with my old classmate, Engineer Oigbo. Thank you. Very many of you will always talk about current, what is current doing, what is current doing. But the president, if he were here, he will still tell you that Quran has given you license and seal to practice engineering in your field. That is a seal of authority. So at any point in time you see what is going wrong, you speak out. Lawyers call themselves learned fellows because they write. Engineers don't write. We only complain. Yes. Because if you write any petition that will come to my office here, I will take it up. I received a petition from one polytechnic in Imo State of the placement of a non-registered engineer to head a department. And I took it up. I solved that problem within the region here. It has not even gotten to Abuja. I didn't go to that school. I sat in my office and I put calls across. And I admonished the dean of that faculty. I told him, if you don't do the needful, I will take the matter up. And after 2 weeks, they sent me a letter of appointment of a substantive registered current engineer to head that department. So let us learn to write. The second point I want to make here is for our colleagues who are opportuned to be appointed in political offices. Maybe appointed a commissioner, maybe appointed anything. What are you doing to promote the profession? My former boss was once a commissioner during the military era. And usually when the day's work is over, the military guys will go out to some of these women that sells beer in beer parlors, you know. They will go and entertain themselves there. And because that customer relationship has been established, they will be bold enough to come and say, Your Excellency, please, we need contracts. And then the man will say, there, come, go and meet my commissioner of works. The commissioner of works was an engineer. And when they come, the man will not chase them away, of course, because he has to protect his job. The man designed a form, engineering supervisory form. And on that form, the name of the engineer, the registration number of the engineer, R ... And he will give it to them. Please take this form. Go and find an engineer that can fill it for you. And return it. So the women will be glad. They will run into the town. And there used to be, there's this man who used to come here to drink. He say he's an engineer. So when the fellow will come in the evening to take a bottle of beer, you see the women will, after serving them, they will bring that form. Okay? They say you should fill this form for me. And the person will look at it. I'm an engineer, but this R something, I don't have this. Some will be fortunate to get the R engineers. Yes. Then they will go back to the commissioner. Oh, honorable commissioner, this your form. It's very difficult. There are a lot of engineers that used to come to drink in our beer parlor, but to get the ones with R is a problem. So then the commissioner will now say, okay, I will find the one with R and assign to you. So those young engineers who never had anything to do were called in to supervise this project. When you are a commissioner and they send list of contractors to you, you cannot resist. You have to devise a means to safeguard this profession. I went out a few days back to inspect some project within. You will go to a site, you will not see any engineer there. No, poor supervision. So I think we should change from the ways and do the right thing. And let me repeat again. Don't be asking the question of what is current doing for you? What is current doing for us? You are current yourself. If you see any wrong thing going on, write. You can make it anonymous. Write. Now, current has decentralized its activities. Now we are operating regional. I am here as the head of Southeast region, watching over the entire Southeast state. Send your complaint to my office. My headquarters here in Enugu. I will take it up. Thank you very much.
We thank Koren so much. I don't want to say Koren officer. We say Koren, Council for Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria. Peter Awude is a Koren Dex officer here in Enugu, which is covering the entire Southeast. But on 26th, we are inaugurating the steering committee, because since Korea now want to decentralize for every zone, which means instead of you going to Abuja for certain things, you can comfortably go there and then you have all the whole problem solved. And so also creation of employment will equally follow for engineers. So the next goodwill message comes from the Commissioner for Works. Commissioner for Works. And the engineer. Engineer Kanyora, he is here. I think he's the Assistant Commissioner in the Ministry of Works. You can answer for yourself. So let him now.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, I'm not the Assistant Commissioner. I am the Deputy Director in charge of construction and materials at the State Ministry of Works. The Honorable Commissioner, Engineer Gerald COTG, is unavoidably absent we spoke about this event earlier this morning, and he gave me every assurance that he was going to be present. In fact, we were supposed to leave this event and go to meet with a contractor, you know. So, but while he was in the office, I think he got a call because he left the office, and I thought he had started coming, and I also moved from the office so that we'll all be here about the same time, only for me to get here and I didn't see him, and up till now I still haven't seen him. I hope that maybe before we end this event he may breeze in. But that said, I want to bring a very goodwill message to you from the Honorable Commissioner. He is aware that this event is ongoing. The National Vice Chairman was at his office yesterday and had a very, very fruitful deliberation. We had the photographs. They took a group photographs, and he gave every assurance that he was going to be here. So, like I said earlier, I bring a goodwill message. I'm conveying the Honorable Commissioner's gratitude to the organizers and members of this association. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honor. Thank you very, very much. And tell the Commissioner, in as much as you are here and you fully represented him, and I highly appreciated his support. He really knows that we are coming here, and then he really supported us massively. So the Commissioner for Works, in fact, Works Ministry in any good state, that are part and parcel of the organization of this, tell him that we really appreciate it. And then one of the sponsors of this program is here. When you look at that, I think SouthEast Cables, the representative is here. Let me just come and tell us something for 1 minute. SouthEast Cables is one of the sponsors of this cable. Sorry, this particular workshop we had. SouthEast Cable is one of the new Nigerian cables, electrical cables that are in existence. So I think we must have to, anyway, we know that if you use the China, you get ready for building failure. So, Dr. Ross, briefly.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. It's really nice being here with you guys. I just have a few words to say. With SouthEast Cable, you can only build and build safe. We are Nigerian cables, pure Nigerian copper cables. And the production is even here in our region, at our backyard, then Atani, Obaro local government, Anambra State. So with SouthEast, you can only build right. So we look forward for more partnership. We hope that the bond between us and this chapter will grow stronger. So we are really looking forward for the recommendation and the partnership. Thank you. It's our pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I really said that all the whole people that participated and helped this particular workshop to be successful, all of them have certificate of recognition. I said they will collect, but there's one person I will single out and then present the certificate to her. He is Engineer Evangeline Eko. Engineer Evangeline Eko. She's very, very hard-working lady. So, Evangeline, come forward. The MVC, I think you're always gender sensitive. So you present the certificate to her.
It must be equal. It's to all right. I have the singular honor and privilege to present this certificate to one and only Engineer Evangeline Eko. Very hardworking and supportive of nice activities. Since we arrived, she has made sure that we are comfortable and all that we need to have, we had them. So, on behalf of the Nigerian Institute of Civil Engineers, Coalition of Southeast NICE chapters, I present to you this certificate of meritorious service. Having served as a member, local organizing committee in the NICE SouthEast Build Right workshop held at Amadio Event Center, Enugu, and is hereby awarded to you this certificate of recognition today, 19th day of June, 2025. Congratulations. Honorable Lady of Noble Consequence.
Yes.
Congratulations. Yes.
Okay, I'm sure by now the communique is ready. Let's read the communique and then the vote of thanks and closing prayer. Then you can now go ahead and take group photographs and then interact. Communique. Our press crew should have gone. Don't forget, in as much as we're on YouTube, the national headquarters is carrying out the Zoom since 10 o'clock. They have been on it. So have so many members joining online. They are dropping their questions, which we will now answer later. Now, we have Enugu State Broadcasting Corporation, Radio TV. They are here, and Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, FRCN, covering the entire 5 states you have in the zones with their radio stations. They are equally here. So they wanted to go, but I told them that this communique is very, very important to the general public. So the communique can now be read by Engineer Professor Chibuzo Amadi Obunna. Amadi Chibuzo Obunna. Thank you.
Communique emanating from the just concluded Build Right, Build Safe workshop by the coalition of the Southeast chapters of Nigerian Institute of Civil Engineers. The aim of this workshop is to examine the cases of civil infrastructure in Nigeria and to profile the way forward. Case studies were taken. The workshop revealed that the prevalence of civil infrastructure failure in Nigeria is very high. From previous investigations, the causes of civil infrastructure failure include the following: quackery, unqualified professionals, unskilled labor, corruption and general moral ineptitude, faulty designs, poor quality materials, political interference, poor geotechnical properties, poor or lack of professional regulation monitoring, poor or lack of adequate building plan approval process, inadequate technology, force majeure, such as floods, earthquakes, and so on and so forth, poor workmanship, lack of professional collaboration or partnerships. Now the lesson learned. There have been loss of lives, properties, and time, loss of resources and human capital, environmental pollution. The way forward. The Coalition of NICE Southeast Chapters Workshop affirmed the following as strategies that could be adopted to chart the way forwards. Better strategic measures should be adopted to check quackery in the construction industry. Government and other stakeholders should invest in the training of construction personnel. Only qualified professionals should be allowed to carry out building designs, construction, or monitoring. Adequate legislation should be put in place to check corruption and moral ineptitude. Construction professionals must work with the Standard Organization of Nigeria and other relevant university laboratories to ensure quality of construction materials for sustainability. Only structurally certified engineers should be allowed to design civil infrastructure. Government should limit its interference in civil infrastructure development to avoid the negative effects of bureaucracy, which include infrastructure failure. All professional regulatory bodies and the town planning authorities should be more proactive in the regulatory approval and monitoring processes in infrastructure development. Government should provide modern and advanced technology to enhance construction processes and quality of infrastructure. Government should provide control measures against certain force majeure such as flooding and the rest of them that cause infrastructure failure. There should be higher collaboration amongst professionals in the built environment, government, private sector, the academia, and the rest of them. Current should establish Nigerian codes and standards for use in the Nigerian building construction industry, as well as other civil infrastructure. And this has to be done in collaboration with the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, That's the end of today's communique, yes.
Based on the reality of our economy that I describe as extreme capitalism, extreme capitalistic economic environment. The environment is such that an individual on securing a contract, I'm looking for a way we are going to couch it because it's the practical aspect, others are theoretical. Prof, am I there? Good. The practical thing is that starting from the ones that execute, the engineers, these are people the private investors use today. Immediately after, just a minute, immediately after executing a particular project, say a building, they sack them. And they don't care as to whether they can get job even in the next 30 years. We're talking practical. Theories are those ones who say, should. Let's go practical. I know how we'll coin it. This guy, this young engineer, let's say register because that's why I'm calling the person engineer. In the next 8 years may not see any job. On seeing a job, okay, let's not be theoretical. You know what he's going to do. That's one. Then the other side, that's why I say just these two that I want to talk about. The other side, the very big contractor, Ezobu Efiwan of Aronzi Ndizogo or Akonsoka, that's my village. Sorry for Aron Ndizogo. He get the contract. That is when he now remembers, because it's the reality, that I can buy the whole Nsoka town. I can buy the whole Nsoka town. So in summary, the economic sustainability, that's where I made mention of, if you want it justiciable, even to the level of legislation, we can propose it because we see what is happening and is affecting us. Let there be sustainable economic measure that can shield the people. I'm talking of social security nets. Once people are secure, people will be more focused on the assignment
they are given professional. Many people have spent their 5 years and come out doing trading, doing other things off the course, just because practicing is frustrating. You see where I'm going? Then for those that receive contract, by the time you even strengthen those that supervise them, naturally and automatically, they will no longer behave like that. Thank you, and remain blessed as you restructure that.
Slight modification. Where you mentioned geotechnical processes, it should be geotechnical investigation. Lack of proper geotechnical investigation. That's one. Then the other thing is what we earlier discussed. We need to provide a frame, either by Koren, that is enforceable. Who is qualified to design a project, and then who is qualified to supervise the construction of a project. And if those qualified personnel are not on site, that project do not go on. It shouldn't go on. So we need to expressly couch that, and we need to revise the act establishing Koren. We need to look at it again and see how we can, fortify it so that they can have the ability to enforce rules and regulations. Without it, I don't think we will make any progress with this discourse. We need that framework to be properly enforced, and then couched. Well, I think that's where I can stop for now.
The man who read the communique, we should be careful and mindful of what is enforceable. Because if you take a cursory look on why certain things have not been implemented in the past are not implementable, maybe what you are thinking or what I trying to say does not promote enforceability. It's got to be guided by law. If possible, this law should be forwarded to the State Assembly or Federal Legislature for proper enactment. To become implementable. Anybody that goes foul of it can now be tried in any judicial system. There is something that is about seismic. It is relevant in this country now. If you saw what wind did in one state in the northeast, what wind, which has a lot of power, is comparable to some certain earthquake. I was shocked by the level of devastation of the wind. Because of this climate change, a lot of things now happening. Even the flood at Hidato was not as big as this because of climate change. We have seen a lot of things. Even the civil engineers should be even trained in other areas. Considering what is happening in this country, even in water training and other areas of flood controls. Thank you. I'm Architect Engineer Professor A.O. Wambara.
Look at it properly and see how they can upscale what they are doing now to cover construction materials.
Any other reaction? So in the absence of any other reaction, do I move the
I, Engineer Sir Igbeku Festus, move motion for adoption of the communique with a slight adjustment. Thank you very much.
I, Engineer Chibezeke, second the motion for the adoption.
Yes, announcement. And I'll give vote of thanks now. Vote of. I have not given. We are listening to our communique. Which the communique. And Shama will not say something finally before we close. Please, let me just use this opportunity to thank everybody. The entire Southeast Civil Engineers and then APBN members, Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria. Some of us that are here physically, I thank all of you immensely. And those that join us through virtual Zoom, there are so many of them there, especially from National. I thank you people too. I thank our senior colleagues, most importantly, Professor Ugu, that gave us that thought-provoking main lecture. So I thank you so much. Professor Agumwamba, yes, he couldn't make it, but he sent a representative, which is a wonderful one too. I highly appreciated everybody here. Our own dear Professor Wabola. Professor Wabola is my very, very good friend. I know there's a project we had together in New. He came late, but he's always very, very consistent. Thank you. Even your own contribution through the communique. Okay? You are highly recognized. You are highly welcome. I must have to thank our immediate past national chairman who performed or acted marvelously well as the chairman of the occasion. Because when he was the national chairman, there was one program I organized and something happened. He told me, no, it is the national chairman that is always the chairman of anything chapter is doing. So I just noted that too. So on coming today, we wanted to start earlier, but the national chairman is not around. I said, okay, so as soon as he came, I said, okay, at least he's the immediate past national chairman, and then the other one, so he knows the job very well. So we thank you so much for attending, and I must have to remember you follow in making sure that this particular workshop is what it is. You join us in sponsoring it, so I thank you so much. All the whole chapter chairmen that participated fully in this particular workshop, I thank all of you. Enugu, Oka, Owerri, Nsukka, Abakaliki, is there any other one I forgot? Aba and Onitsha, they are yet to be inaugurated. Maybe immediately after this, we can start their own inauguration. I must have to thank all of you so much. I have not forgotten our national vice chairman. Our national vice chairman, Engineer Onwa Obeka. He didn't belong to any of the chapters here, but he's national vice chairman. And but he was conscripted to come to the Southeast to coordinate the affairs. And he actually coordinated very well. So we thank him very, very well. We thank him so much. And then all our young engineers that participated, the panelists, everybody, the press crew, you know, ECBS, Radio Nigeria, and all other pressmen that are here. Thank all of you. And I must have to appreciate Bwange Adetunji and his Bwenga. I don't. Okay, well, that Bwenga. There is something inside it, but maybe after I was seeing but no problem. And you and your crew, you highly appreciate it. You perform marvelously well with the LCD and all the whole coverages. We thank you so much. And we are not forgetting our own Evangeline Eko. Yes, she did very well in taking care of our stomach infrastructure. we are talking of infrastructure collapse, and she tried so much so that stomach-wise, the infrastructure didn't collapse. Thank you very much, and for everybody. Thank you, MC. We thank you so much, Engineer. Thank you very much for everybody. So we now say the closing prayer, so that we will now thank God for everything. Engineer Festus Iweku.
Please, can we rise for closing prayer? In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Our help is in the name of the Lord, who never and earth. Father, we want to use this opportunity to thank you for this successful closing and achievement, this great milestone of this Southeast Forum program. We are giving you all the glory, and we are committing our members as they will be going back to their various destinations. Give them a safe ride in Jesus' name. So that at the end of this day, when we shall come together as Southeast Forum again, we have the cause to give glory and thanks to your name. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen. Glory to the Father, to the Son, to the Holy Spirit. We fly to your patronage, O Holy Mother of God. Despite not our prayers in our necessity, but deliver us from all dangers, ever glorious and blessed Virgin Mary. In the name of the Father,